10 o'clock hour. It is Tuesday, December 12th, 2023. The Board of Supervisors of the County of Del Norte and the governing body of all other special assessment and taxing districts for which said board so acts is now meeting in regular session. Only those items that indicate a specific time will be heard at the assigned time. All other items may be taken out of sequence to accommodate public and staff availability. I'm going to call this meeting to order, and Kylie, would you take the roll, please?
Supervisor Borges?
Here.
Supervisor Howard? Present. Supervisor Wilson?
Here.
Supervisor Starkey?
Here.
Chair Short?
I am here. If you would all join me in a moment of reflection. Thank you. Supervisor Borges, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Supervisor Borges. Council, do we have anything to report out of closed session?
Yes, Chair. The board did authorize the initiation of litigation with a vote of 3-2. The details of that litigation will remain confidential until filing.
Thank you. And we will be returning to closed session after the regular session is complete. Mr. Lopez, do we believe there will be anything to report out of closed session after we return?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Council, can you clarify, do we need to specify who voted 3 and who voted 2 or no?
Chair Short, Valerie Starkey, Dean Wilson voted yes, Chris Howard and Joey Borges voted no.
Thank you.
Okay, the chair requests any deletions, corrections, or additions from board members to the agenda at this time. Is there any such items? Okay, seeing none. The next item is receiving brief reports, but we are going to forego that until the end of the meeting and move right on to the consent agenda. I'm going to start.
Chair?
Yes, sir.
New employees?
Did I miss new employees? I am so sorry. Do we have any new employees?
Yes, we have the Deputy Director of Behavioral Health here, Cheyenne Hogan, to introduce a couple of new employees.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, could you say your title again?
Yes, Cheyenne Hogan. I am the new Deputy Director of Behavioral Health as of last week, so thank you guys on my promotion here. And I'm going to welcome down Megan McClawson from Behavioral Health, our Program Manager, and also Sunny Baker, Program Manager from Public Health, to introduce our new staff. Good morning. As Cheyenne said, my name is Megan McLaughlin. I'm the Behavioral Health Program Manager, and I am pleased to announce that we have onboarded a new peer support specialist at our service center, and her name is Jolie Benavides.
I don't want to give my back, but good morning, everybody. I'm grateful to be here, and thank you for the opportunities to serve and make a difference in our community.
Thank you for being here.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Sunny Baker, Public Health Program Manager. I'm pleased to introduce Shane Gospel to the board this morning and everyone. And Shane joined the Public Health branch as a Communication Equity Coordinator last month on November 13. Shane will lead in developing, implementing communication objective for the Public Health branch, and will also serve as a co-lead in our organization commitment advancing health equity. We are excited to welcome Shane back to the Public Health branch in this brand new position. Shane will bring a wealth of experience from from his previous role as a California Pathway into Public Health, CalPPH intern, where he played a critical role in supporting various project and outreach activity within the public health branch, while he was building core competency and skill within the field of public health. With his background in digital media, graphic design, experience and training gained through the CalPPH program in the Del Norte County Public Health Branch, we are confident Shane will enhance our team's capability in advancing health equity, improving health communication. So please welcome Shane, and he would like to share a few words with you this morning.
Thank you, Sunny.
Hello, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity, and I'm very much excited about this opportunity, and I look forward to, working for all of you guys.
Thank you, Shane. Welcome. Okay, seeing no other new employees, we'll move on to the consent agenda, and I will begin with public comment on consent agenda items only. Is there any public comment on consent agenda items?
Yeah, I would comment on 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 18, 19, related to Welfare and Institutions Code, medical emergency services, library and public health in the community, psych facilities, and my concern is related to the continued psychopathic behavior of your police and sheriffs who continue to harass me, and I continue to be sexually assaulted with nanobiotechnology. This technology is used in the vaginal canal to stimulate and to do vibrations and with the clitoris. And when I look at the DA number 9 talking about violence towards women, why aren't we addressing the violence of the sheriffs and the police towards me, including sexual assault, the harassment, the intimidation, how police can kidnap someone and put them in psych facilities? Why aren't these issues we're not talking about? Genocide. I went into a convenience store and a man in the store said genocide should not be talked about. Genocide should be talked about everywhere. That's what the FBI police are doing. That's what COINTELPRO is. And this parallel system of government works because even firemen are used, emergency service personnel, ambulance drivers are bribed and paid to participate in kidnappings and abuse. That's how it works, because we see heroic actions of firemen, like in the fires we recently had, but then some of them are also paid to participate in abuse, which a few actually did during the fire. When I was in Roseville, and Roseville PD continued to harass me, stalk me, intimidate me, commit crimes against me, they would go to the fire department to where I had firemen staring at me, mad dogging me, I use that term, trying to intimidate me. Is this something that we just are going to ignore? That people are bribed and paid? And taking grants and money is a form of corruption and a form of money laundering. To take grants to participate in the abuse of someone is a form of money laundering. And the fact that emergency service personnel are used to participate in abuse is something that needs to be addressed. The fact that the DA is ignoring the violence and harassment committed towards me. I can prove that Janet Altman was bribed, and I have extraordinary amounts of evidence against police harassment, intimidation, and even with the firemen stalking me. So when are we going to talk about this? And I have submitted a request, I'm going to do another email, to talk about elder abuse and child abuse that I have witnessed, because that is disruption.
Is there any other public comment on consent agenda items only?
Chair, I have a hand raised online.
Okay, let's go ahead with that one.
Brandon, you are on. You just need to unmute your mic.
Good morning, Chairman. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. This is Brandon Bieber. I'm just like to comment on this board's increasing appetite to expand government And just want to remind you that the state is facing an $86 billion deficit. And with a lot of these consent agenda items that you regularly just approve, we are endorsing the sanctuary service state through these approvals and through this policy. We continue to fund opioid overdose and pharmaceuticals by number 3, the naloxone agreement. Number 7, we're funding mitigating terrorist activities. I ask you, what kind of terrorist activities is Del Norte County mitigating? We see we continue to fund Smith River Fire, who bought a store recently, took it off the county tax roll, but yet can't improve the space to use. Number 11 and 12, the St. Helena Hospital. It's almost like we're money laundering. We're taking money from the state and giving it back to the state. None of that money is going to stay here. It also does not include the cost of transportation of these individuals to seek help. Number 13, nearly $500,000 you're funding for an intergovernmental agreement. I remind you again, $86 billion deficit for the state. These approvals are unsustainable. We're still experiencing an emergency from the Smith River Fire Complex. When will the emergency end? Number 18 looks the same as number 7, and they both claim they're the first amendment to the agreements. I respectfully request you look at these items and do not approve many of them. Thank you. Have a good day.
Are you there?
Hello, sorry, my screen glitched for a second there. I was under the impression we were supposed to give public comment for consent items only in this portion. Does that mean that if we have a comment for a budget transferal option, we wait until later?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you so much for the clarification.
Thank you.
Chair, that's all online.
Okay, seeing no other public comment for consent agenda, we'll close the comment period and bring it back to the board for discussion or a motion.
Chair, I'd move to approve the consent agenda.
I would second.
We've got a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Any other further discussion? Okay, Kylie, would you poll the roll, please, or poll the vote?
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Borges?
Yes.
Supervisor Starkey?
Yes.
Supervisor Howard?
Yes.
Chair Short?
Yes. We have two proclamations to read today. Could you start this off there, Supervisor Wilson?
Yes, today is my honor to be able to recognize a loyal county employee for 31 years, and that is with this resolution to Kenneth Higgins. Kenneth? I'm going to read it to you first, then I'll give it to you. But this is long overdue, and I'm glad that we're actually, coming to the time to recognize you at this point in time, even though it is long overdue because you left us in December of 22. But this resolution is Del Norte County Board of Supervisors honoring Kenneth Higgins for 31 years of public service as a county employee. Whereas Kenneth was hired as a custodian one in May 20th of 1991, and whereas Kenneth promoted to the position of custodian 2 in December 28th of 1999, on December 29th of 1970, in recognition of his experience and knowledge in maintaining county facilities, Kenneth promoted to custodian 3, a position that he held until his service retirement on December 31st, 2022. During his career, Kenneth worked in many different facilities, helping keeping them shiny like a new penny, including my own. Thank you so much. It was an honor. It really was. Kenneth was responsible for maintaining most of the flooring in county facilities and was always willing to take on new projects as they arose. Kenneth made these difficult decisions and relinquished his mops, vacuums, and floor finishing equipment that he used for 31 years, devoted his time to his home maintenance jobs and spending time with his family and friends. Now, therefore, let it be resolved, the Board of Supervisors of the County of Del Norte, State of California, do hereby commend Kenneth Higgins for 31 years of dedicated public service to the people of Del Norte County and wish him well in his personal endeavors and years to come, passed and adopted on this 12th day of December, 2023. Thank you, Kenneth. And on a personal note, Kenneth, as sheriff, you were there in our office every day, every evening, mostly, on your own time, doing such a wonderful job, and always had a smile on your face. And it was a pleasure having you in our office. We lost you at the end, it was the county courthouse that got you. But I appreciate all your time and dedication, and I'm glad we were able to recognize it at this time. Thank you.
Supervisor Borges, would you read the next one, please?
Okay, so we have another long-term employee from Del Norte County. We'd like to honor Kelly Barker. If you'd come to the podium. No?
Oh, that's too bad.
Darn it. Okay, I'll still read it into... Okay. A resolution of the Del Norte County Board of Supervisors honoring Kelly Barker for his 22 years of public service as a county employee. Whereas Kelly was hired as a custodian 1 on June 20th of 2000, whereas Kelly promoted to the position of custodian 2 on January 30th, 2004, whereas Kelly promoted to the position of custodian 3 on December 1st, 2017, whereas on January 22nd, 2021, in recognition of his experience, leadership, and knowledge of maintaining county facilities, Kelly promoted to supervising custodian 1, a position he would hold until his service retirement of November 11th, 2022. Whereas during his career, Kelly's primary responsibility was to keep the Flynn Administration Center up to the highest standards, including the flooring in which he took great pride. The floors were kept in such immaculate condition that during a board meeting, a member of the public stated that they would eat off of the floors due to the cleanliness. Whereas Kelly was a great leader, always taking on new employees and training them in the proper techniques to be an efficient and excellent employee. Whereas Kelly has made the difficult decision to set down his mops, vacuums, and floor finishing equipment that he used for 22 years and devote his time to relaxing and spending time with his family and friends. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Del Norte, State of California, do hereby commend Kelly Barker for his 22 years of dedicated public service to the people of Del Norte County and wish him well in his personal endeavors in the years to come. Passed and adopted on this 12th day of December, 2023.
Thank you for reading that, Supervisor Borges, and Alan for being here as former boss and taking that to him. Okay, gonna move down the agenda and take up the item that I think everybody's here for today, and that's a budget transfer. Going to go straight to item number 29, a budget transfer to approve and adopt 11.03 in the amount of $10,823,724 within the 141-445 budget unit to cover the cost of upcoming development and consultation fees, an emergency shelter, a micro-village, training for employees, and outreach and navigation services as requested by the Director of Health and Human Services. I'm going to start this off with public comment. Is there any public comment on this budget transfer? Good morning.
Good morning. Adam Spencer, Gasky resident. I urge the board to adopt this budget transfer. As a business owner in the outdoor recreation industry and ecotourism industry, besides the basic humanitarian aspects of providing more housing for our unhoused populations, this also has a very practical economic impact on our community. For example, there is a mountain bike company that has been coming here every year from out of the area, spending lots of money in our hotels, in our grocery stores, our restaurants. And this year, the large passenger van with an equipment trailer that they had parked at one of our hotels was stolen, and all of the equipment was raided, and it was found backed up to the swamps, the Elk Creek Wildlife Area. And the only way you can deal with an area like the Elk Creek Wildlife Area is if you have an adequate place, more housing for our unhoused populations, to weed through the people that are on hard times and more criminal elements. And this group said they will not be returning to Del Norte County for this reason after several years of coming here. We've also had guests that have booked tours with us and only to cancel them later because they found out about a lot of crime going on in the area. So, you know, it's very basic just to house people and to take money that we can use to help people on hard times. But it's also the only way we can really utilize this amazing resource of the Elk Creek Wildlife Area, which really could be such an amazing park for our community that you can walk right into. And let's get people some better places to live, and let's improve a long-running problem, albatross, that's right in the heart of our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer. Any other public comment on this?
Yes, and this is related to housing. What about the forced homelessness caused by police when people report police, FBI, COINTEL brutality and violence and crimes? Should women, girls, sex trafficking and exploited victims like me, Dorothy Riley, who would be graduated from law school right now if it wasn't for police forced homelessness and oppression? Of the FBI, federal and police agencies, sexual violence, assault, harassment, rape now with weaponized brain-to-computer interface and nanobiotechnology, experimentation and torture for reporting the crimes and abusive behaviors of men in these agencies. Should we have our lives completely destroyed, forced into oppression and homelessness? We should not have to be sexually degraded by people, especially men, who use money, bribery, technology, hiding behind badges, titles, and positions of influence, using the media to paint us as threats. UC Davis professor Jacqueline Ciopno has a great human rights course on gender and sexuality where they talk about this. If you try and hold these men accountable, you will be lied about. You will be lied to. You will be say you said things you didn't say, like what happened to me at Lead Point in Roseville. Jobs will be interfered with. I should not have to be lied about and falsely accused of what was done to me with libel, slander, and now mind control technologies with extreme and sadistic psych warfare of FBI police COINTELPRO operatives. These operatives blend in the community and torture the target, and there are hundreds of tactics. Thousands have been conducted against me, and I have extensive proof. I should not have to be dehumanized and stigmatized by society. Some references: the Harvey Weinstein sex scandal, Jeffrey Epstein sex scandal, the murder of John Seberg, which should be classified as an FBI murder. There is a movie that documents the facts of what the FBI did to her. And also Bobby Arnstein. There's a docu-series about Playboy where it details this, because Hugh Hefner was a civil and social rights activist, as was Jean Seberg, and Hefner was forced to move from Chicago because of what the FBI did.
Okay, any other public comment on this budget transfer?
Okay, Linda Sutter. Listen, so I understand we have an issue with the homeless and that we were going to build pallets. It's my understanding that we were going to build pallets, homes behind the Big Five store in that area. Is that inaccurate to say?
That is correct.
That's correct. So then I find out that the two businesses, there was I believe a cannabis business and then the coffee shop on a property across the road from that area. You plan on taking or building a facility that is, I don't know if it's a receiving facility or what, for the homeless. And here's the problem. You know, you folks took a hotel downtown and you turned it into a place for the homeless. And so since then, there's been numerous issues and crimes down there. Okay, so now you're going to take another piece of property that I guess you've already purchased, and you're going to turn it into another eyesore for our community. Now, you just heard from a gentleman back here that a mountain bike company is no longer going to come to Del Norte County. I don't know how many times you guys drive around this county or city. I know you get stipends for driving, but our county's not doing well. And you folks are the ones making the decisions. When is that going to stop? Is that what we're going to become? Is just a welfare county? 46% was revealed last month that is on some form of assistance. I don't have an issue with that. We're all struggling, but we don't need to be encouraging homelessness people to come up here that have the drug problems, the mental issues, and whatnot else. I can't, we can't do that. We can't put it on Front Street. I asked about, I got 25 seconds, why the wetlands aren't being cleaned up behind the gear sheds off of Elk Valley, because we had a $433,000 for code enforcement. That suddenly disappeared. I guess they just padded the money there, but it's no longer there. So, folks, we need to clean up some areas and put people where they need to go, but putting them on Front Street is not the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
My name is Emmanuel Nunez. I was born and raised in this county, and I do not approve of this, and I hope you guys really take in consideration the effects that this will cause in our community. We already have a homeless problem that we have to deal with what we have here. You guys bring something into this small community, because we are a very small community, and bring something this big in here. You guys need to realize that other surrounding communities that will bring their homeless to this place. The crime rate will come up. The law enforcement will be at its highest levels. Dean Wilson should know, as a sheriff, how many calls the sheriff station gets every single day. You add this population to the homeless population from Brookings, from Gold Beach, from Cave Junction, from Eureka, coming up here because you guys want to give handouts for free. I understand you want to help people. I was homeless at one point in my life. I was an addict at one point in my life. But the only way that that person is going to overcome that is on their own free will, on their testimony, on their way. If you keep giving free handouts, they ain't going to receive nothing. And 90% of the homeless population do not want help because everything is given to them. We see it constantly at Walmart. We see it everywhere. You try to give them a food. They don't want food. They want money. They want this and that. I hope you guys really take in consideration. And on top of that, who wants to drive into Crescent City from the north, and the first thing you see as you drive into this beautiful community is a homeless community right there on Front Street, right on 101. I definitely don't want to go into a town that I'm going to visit, and that's the first thing that pops into a big shelter like that. Come on, guys, have some morals, have some respect for us, people that were born and raised in this town, trying to support our community as one another. I have uncles, I have cousins that are fishermen that have been born and raised here also. I love this community, but this kind of stuff is going to keep on pushing us out. That where that homeless shelter should be at, that should be commercial property for somebody to start their own business, for another business to come in and bring profit to our community. What are you guys thinking? Applying this $11 million? Help our youth, help our children. Come on, seriously. Help the homeless that we already have established here. Geez, you guys, this will ruin our community. I guarantee you, you will have so many homeless flood to this community. You're going to be left with, that's all you're going to be left with in this community is homeless, because we're all going to move out of this town. We already go to Brookings so much for our groceries, for trying to save taxes. How much more you think people are going to start leaving? California has already left in the past 2 years throughout the whole state of California. The population, all the elder people with common sense starting to leave this blue state for a reason. I really hope you guys consider that.
Hi.
Good morning.
My name is Talia Tuttle, and with respect to what everyone else has said, I myself, just 6 months ago, was one of these homeless people, swamp people, okay? I lost all my kids, 5 of them. And within 6 months, because of the programs out here, Del Norte Mission Possible, Transitional Home, Women's Transitional Home, Daphne, I couldn't have done it without her. And my kids are back in my home, okay, today. And thank you. It is because of programs like this, okay, when you look at the fires a couple years ago, I almost rolled my car because of, these erratic animals. And I'm not calling people animals. What I'm saying is when we are displaced, when we lose our homes, we become erratic. There's something, it's Maslow's hierarchy of needs, okay? The bottom one, the one we need first is what? Security? A foundation to build upon? Where does that start? It starts with housing, and then you can build up from there. It's a process, and I hear what this gentleman is saying about like people moving out, but people are going to come. Homeless are going to come wherever they can. They need a place, and it doesn't make sense to me to leave people unhoused thinking they're going to come out of the woodworks and destroy a town. These people are human. They need help. People are not, I was called a lost cause. I'm not a lost cause. You see all these women right here? They're not lost causes. They have turned their lives around. Some of them have been in jail. Some of them still live at the swamps. Some of them, are getting their kids back just like I have. I've been able to support emotionally some of these women and watch them. They're Mindy and her daughter. Okay, in such a short period of time. Why? Because she wasn't on the streets anymore. This shelter is necessary. It is necessary. And yeah, there's going to be problems, and there's never going to be a right time for anything to happen. And we are going to come across adversities. But where's everyone's faith? Where is it? These people need help. Okay? And that security is going to start with housing them, giving them, let's put this money towards programs that help them I'm sorry, I can't think of the word right now, but get back into society the right way. We're not lost causes. We're not just addicts.
Thank you, Talia.
Thank you.
Your 3 minutes is up. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Sorry, guys. I'm turning my back on you guys. This is my first time ever up here. My name is Virgil Valadero. I was a drug addict. I was homeless for 10 years. Honestly, I was from Humboldt County. I just celebrated 9 years clean and sober, November 23rd. You know, I've worked with Daphne before as a security guard at Daily Bread, you know, trying to keep the problems and the issues, you know, away from them. As of any plan, as we all know, business owners and everybody, as any plan, there's always going to be hiccups. Always. No matter what. You know what I mean? You just can't expect something to take off right away. You know, you have to give it time. And yes, we are getting, I've been up here now for 9 years in this community, and I love this community. I'm from Klamath. I drove all the way from Klamath for this meeting today. There is a lot more homeless here now than there was 9 years ago. I will admit that. There is. But they're not. They're coming from Brookings. They're coming from Arcata. They're coming from Eureka. They're coming from San Francisco. I talk to these people, these homeless people, on a regular basis, every day. Because like I said, I was there. I was one of them, you know. They need the love. They need the support. They don't need to be shunned upon it. And like the gentleman said earlier, yes, you see them at Walmart. No, because I personally have experience. Oh, you're hungry? Come on, bud. I'll go buy you a sandwich and a drink. You know what I mean? No, I don't want that. I want the money. It's the few bad apples that don't want the help that make it hard for everybody else. You know, my little girl that's sitting right here, my 10-year-old daughter saved my life. You know? Because, like I said, I was a drug addict. I was that violent person. You look at me sideways, guess what? I'm breaking your face. You know what I mean? Now I'm a respected member of my community. I do whatever I need necessary for anybody. I'm going to school right now to be a Margaret Keaton teacher, okay? And like I said, I was a drug addict, alcoholic, needle user. You know? Living on the streets at Del Norte Pier in Eureka. Just a little love, support, kindness goes a long way. You're going to run into those 2%, 5% of people that just don't want the help. You know, that enjoy being the homeless people. And those are the ones that make it bad for everybody else. But there's a lot of people that fall on hard times because everybody knows in this place knows groceries is getting expensive. I got a 16-year-old going to out-eat a horse. You know what I mean? Woo! But, you know, things are getting rough for everybody around here. So it's just, I don't know, a little love, support, kindness goes a long way for some of these people. Some people are very grateful. My time is out. I'm sorry for taking up your time. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Leanne Ligorio, and I wasn't planning on speaking today, but I feel that God has led me to come up here and share my experience of not having a house my entire life. I also suffer from mental disorders myself, and I moved up here and I got to be a part of Mission Possible. And I also got the privilege and the honor of working with the showers and taking care of helping make sure that these homeless people get fed and that they get showers. And it shook me to the core because I could not help them more than what we were doing for them. I went out to the swamps and I literally saw chickens, burned down trailers, like a third world country is right in our backyard. My children moved to the street of Iowa, and there is a homeless camp behind there, and they harass my children, or not my children, but the woman that they live with, because she has treated them with disrespect. And now there are issues, so my children can't even play out in the front yard. We need to have a safe place for housing for these people. Daphne, with her help, I was able to get a house. In my entire 39 years of living, I never was given the opportunity to be able to own or rent a place. And thank God for her and her help. And I just think that we definitely should really consider helping out more people like me. And I also wonder, what is this community doing about the mental health issues? Where is the help? I have been trying to get help myself. I unfortunately was in some bad situation recently, and I let the cops know I wanted to turn myself in to a mental facility, and there is none. So what are we doing about that problem as well? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. Thank you for your time. My name is Reverend Dana Gill, and I'm an ordained elder in the United Methodist Church, and I've been appointed by my bishop to represent the church as an extension of my ministry to do community economic development organizing with True North Organizing Network. I also serve on the county's Continuum of Care Advisory Board and have been doing work with housing and unsheltered for a long, long time since I was appointed here by my bishop. I wanted to talk to you about this money that y'all are voting on today. This $10.8 million for encampment resolution was the second or third highest allocation in the state. We won, our tiny little county won over Sacramento County, and that is something to celebrate. That amount of money coming into our community is incredible. This grant from the state allows us to do something that we've never been able to do, something that we've been trying to do for at least 4 or 5 years minimum, both private citizens and government officials like yourselves. And this model of giving folks a hand up rather than a hand out works. It's been proved over and over. And this money isn't buying the spot over by Sally's by the Sea. It's addressing homelessness and doing encampment resolution, right? The shelter will, however, create at least 30 good jobs, which is incredible for our community. And it will give those folks who are getting those jobs a better system, one that creates a lot of income for them and opportunities for them in a way that allows them to take responsibility, like we've been hearing stories already today, and then give back to the community that has given them a hand up so that they can better themselves. Please vote yes on this budget transfer.
Hello, board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this topic. I think we all know each other, but for everyone in the audience, my name is Whitney, and I am a resident of District 4. I first want to start by saying that I believe in this board. I believe in them. I believe that they are doing the best they can to try and take into consideration the needs of all of their constituents, housed or unhoused. I believe that when decisions are made, they are making decisions with a holistic perspective of how those decisions are going to impact all of Del Norte, the community within Del Norte County. So I'm not here to discourage you or encourage you one way or the other, but I do want to tell you a little bit of a story about a small business that perhaps is being displaced based on some of this, these houseless initiatives. And that business is Sally's by the Sea Artisanal Bakery. Sally's owners are Logan and Savannah Hollowell, and they have done a lot of giving back, just as the previous speaker has spoken about, a lot of giving back to our community, and they've done that through Sally's. Whether it be their yard parties that were free to all members of the community, or their free produce giveaways, or donating baked goods to local schools. Sally's has been an active contributor to bettering this community since they set their roots here. I'm just going to give 2 different examples of how I've seen these programs at Sally's by the Sea benefit my family, but then also other members of the community. There was this one time I was getting a pedicure, and my nail technician was telling me about how hard it is these days, how everybody's just trying to make it. And I had mentioned to her that Sally's by the Sea was having a free produce giveaway where you could go, you could pick from the table and choose whatever produce you want. The next time I saw her, she did take part in that produce giveaway, and she was amazed at the generosity of the people of Sally's, the pineapples, the onions, the tomatoes, the cilantro that she was able to get for absolutely nothing. The second story I want to tell you about is the yard party. Sally's had a brownie making station set up and a bounce house set up, and this is all free to the community. You don't have to pay to participate in any of Sally's activities. And there was a employee of the county who had just recently moved to the county from LA, and she walked into Sally's yard party. She didn't know anyone, so I told her to come sit by me, and she was blown away at the free services, like the free party. She said, there's nothing like this in LA, that people are not giving like this in LA. And I know my time is up, but it just breaks my heart to see the displacement of such a small business in order to accommodate, you know, our unhoused population. I feel like there should be, you know, somewhere else or a better way.
Thank you, Whitney.
Thank you.
And just before the next person speaks, I'd like to kind of set the record straight a little bit there. Even though this budget transfer has nothing to do with the purchase of the shelter, I know that Mission Possible did not put an offer on that property before knowing that Sally's by the Sea was not going to renew their lease. So to say that this is displacing that business is not entirely correct. So
I
Good
would
morning.
just like to say that I find this community and the private sector to be one of the most generous towns that I've ever seen. Completely supportive of our children, of people who need help and assistance. But I take the other viewpoint of, I believe it is a personal responsibility. In my own family, mental illness, drug addiction, alcohol, we took care of our family. Not everybody can, I understand that, but that's what the churches are for and other organizations. And I don't see that putting debt onto our future generations when we already have a $33 trillion federal deficit. The state of California is $630 billion in debt, and all this money comes from the printing of money we don't have, which is causing the inflation to all of us at the grocery store and everywhere else in life. So I think that spending and taking money for a program that really has no personal responsibility attached to it. When you give somebody something and they have no skin in the game, they don't always appreciate it. And so all I've seen in my lifetime living here, as Dean knows and some of the other supervisors, we started social services and mental health back in the either late 60s or 70s. I have not seen improvement in my community. With all of these people here that have obviously needed help, where is mental illness? I mean, the mental facility. Where is social services? What are they truly providing for the millions of dollars that the taxpayers have given them? So I think there needs to be a responsibility to all of the directors and administrators in the county for the responsibility that we've all given you and them, and start supporting the taxpayers and the people who do take their private money to help others and to provide food or services, just like Sally's by the Sea. That's what I see in my community, and I don't want to grow a community based on debt and social services for homeless. They have to address their own issues. We need to actually deal with drug rehabilitation and mental illness in a federal and state level. But giving free housing to people is never going to solve that. All of our land is, Del Norte County, as Chris and probably Joey know, and Dean, we are a very small portion. We're owned by the federal and state government. So we're going to give up more land. I also found out about the Ruth compound yesterday, that property is now going to be probably turned over to the state as well. So there's more land taken off the tax roll.
Your time's expired. Please wrap it up.
Okay. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Charlene Mazie. I wear a lot of different hats in the community, including the executive director for several nonprofits. Today I'm speaking to you as the executive director for Del Norte Mission Possible. I appreciate that this is really a technical action item that you guys have. It's moving money from already awarded money for projects that you have already approved during public processes into line items that can actually be spent for the benefit of the community. So this has kind of turned into a referendum on homeless services. So I do want to take this as an opportunity to clarify some misinformation that's going around in the community. Chair Short, you hit it right on the head. The biggest thing is we did not, as an organization, displace any businesses. We have been, Mission Possible has been working since 2019 to establish a homeless shelter in Del Norte County. It's something that we need. It's something that, you know, lawfully we should have. It is not a free ride for anybody. The idea is to help people on a path to self-sufficiency. There have been at least 3 attempted negotiations since I've been involved with Mission Possible since April of 2021, all of which fell through for one reason or another. We did come and look at the property on 101 in late August, early September. At that time, there was a concern that those businesses could potentially be displaced. We actually put in an offer on a different piece of property, and we're doing due diligence on that piece of property. There were several issues with that piece of property, including well, septic, and zoning that were problematic, and that deal, again, fell through. At that time, we did circle back to the 101 property after the cannabis dispensary had publicly posted that they were closed permanently, and after we were already informed by the owner of the property's realtor that Sally's by the Sea had given notice that they were not going to continue in that location after the end of December. At that point, we didn't have any more concerns about businesses being displaced because they were either closed or leaving anyway. That particular location is more visible than everybody might prefer. However, it is zoned for emergency shelter use. So the zoning is right. It was affordable. It has existing structures that can be used to be converted into a shelter. And there are, you know, I'm hoping Daphne will come up and speak, but we are going to be good neighbors and we're going to create jobs. And at this stage, we need all of that to happen in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlene.
Hi.
Good morning.
Hi. I'm just here to make you a little aware of not everybody out there are drug addicts that are homeless out there. In my line of work, we find a lot of youth out there, and this is coming from a lot of generations out in the swamps. Mom and dads that have lost their children. These children are put in foster care. Once they become 18, they go out, leave the house from their foster parents, go out looking for their parents, their real parents. Once they do, they're kind of locked in to where their real parents are. And it's kind of a sad thing because they want to be with them. This is where this lady that's behind me, Daphne from Mission Possible, has kind of stepped in. She actually has one with her that is not a drug addict. She was homeless. She was taken by some people that are not very nice people, and she housed her. And right now she's doing really good. She has a job. She is not a drug addict. She was just homeless. And I want to tell her she's done a wonderful job. And so with resources that, you know, we go out and look for, and I look around this room right here, there are so many wonderful people that actually give back, and that's why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Lisa McCowan. I'm a business owner in the city of Crescent City. I own and operate an insurance agency. But more importantly, I'm president, and most proudly, I am president of Del Norte Mission Possible. It was clear to me as a local business owner, I needed to roll up my sleeves and be part of the solution. To date, I'm more proud of the work I've done in this arena than I am any other volunteer work that I've done combined. 4 years ago in December, Daphne Cortez Lambert came to me with a gleam in her eye, and if you know her, she gets that gleam in her eye, and a dream of starting a nonprofit to work towards solving the homeless problem in Del Norte County. This nonprofit was born at Tamara Layton's dining room table. There were 3 board members and Daphne. To date, we have 7 board members, an executive director, and a program director. The board's experiences range from pastors to business owners to an attorney. I won't get into the nuts and bolts of how successful that has been because Daphne will be speaking as well, but I do have a couple things I'd like to highlight. Homelessness is a serious problem with a huge economic cost to our community. Doing nothing is no longer an option. The RF grant is our best opportunity to build an infrastructure that will make a difference for everyone in the community, not just those experiencing homelessness, businesses as well. The EFR grant is not connected to the purchase of our shelter site. The 101 site was chosen after we received information. I'm not going to speak to that again. Charlene already covered it. So did Darren Short, and I appreciate that. Our plan is to make the shelter a community, a better community asset to ensure that it looks good, if not better than it does now. And we can all agree that 101 North needs a facelift. I think you folks are going to be shocked that are in the audience. They are not going to know we're there. We have a plan. It's been 4 years in the making. The emergency shelter by itself will create 10 to 15 new full-time jobs. The overall project is envisioned by a grant application will create more than twice that many with an estimated, I'm not going to say the estimated payroll. I changed my mind. But I will say this, it has all been paid. It will all be paid with state dollars, not local tax dollars. The complaints about driving out a small business ignores the fact that local nonprofits are a small business. We are local. We bring money in from outside the community to spend on local jobs, goods, and services. I appreciate you hearing me out. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Good morning, Mario.
Good morning. Mario Westphal, county resident and career retired firefighter. So just from personal experience, you know, I had a lot of experience with the houseless community, been dealing with that. I was a firefighter in Los Angeles. And, you know, obviously it's been around and it just keeps growing. And programs like Mission Possible, you know, yes, we do need attention to the issue because obviously it is a big issue that's impacting all of us. However, haven't seen it myself. You know, I mean, Los Angeles, they spend over $200 million on their issue. Guess what? It just keeps growing, you know. Yes, are there success stories? That's great, you know. That's great that people are, you know, getting the help and they're able to turn their lives around. But that percentage is severely small from my experience. There's a huge percentage of people that it's a lifestyle by choice. You know, they love the free stuff. They do not want to partake in Orthodox society. They don't want to adhere to the rules. They just want to be taken care of. And that's the collateral damage, you know, of this. So we can discuss, you know, the positives and negatives of these programs all day long, and we'll have success stories and we have failures. But I think the big thing also is that, like she just talked about, is so we're having a discourse of exactly what the dynamics are of the businesses leaving, being displaced. You know, there's different stories from different sides. That being set aside, that property had businesses. It has business, it's commercial, it's producing tax revenue for this county, which is badly needed. Okay, and it's to the entry of this city, our gateway. So by changing that, changing the zoning, making that available to a nonprofit that is not tax producing for this county, they're not going to pay any property tax. The employees only pay, at best, great. It's creating some jobs, but the only tax that's going to create is federal income tax. So to me, as far as that location and displacing the businesses that are there established and having commercial space rather than using spaces that are empty, that are available, is a failure to me. I'm running out of time here, but I think I think my biggest point is that we're taking tax revenue and displacing it with not having an income. That's it. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tabby Rogers, and I've been a board member of Del Norte Mission Possible for 2 years. I have watched this nonprofit develop into a meaningful and important member of our community, making a difference from day one. My husband and I have been in the community since 2005, and we are both ordained ministers, and we both have seen the great need for a shelter over the last 18 years. We have reached out and helped people in every way that we possibly can with the resources that we have, giving them a hand up and not simply a hand out. We currently have people attending our church that are homeless, and one is living in their car. It breaks my heart as these temperatures continue to plummet. I continue to be a board member of Del Norte Mission Possible because I believe in the work that we are doing. We are giving people hope, and that their lives can change, and that we are giving them the courage to support them in their efforts to do just that. Our goal is to make this community stronger and more resilient and better than when we started. Del Norte Mission Possible is making a difference. My husband and I are praying that our community continues to make informed decisions based on correct information, and that we rally together yet again to make our community a better place to not just live, but to thrive. Thank you for your time, and please vote yes on this budget transfer. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name's Lila Parsons, and I am Mission Possible. I was out in the swamps for 2 years. My daughter is still out in the swamps, wanting to get out, but there's no placement for her. Mission Possible is full, so she can't come there, but the housing, this is the only community I've ever been in that didn't have a shelter for the homeless out there. And not all the homeless out there are committing crimes. My daughter isn't. I didn't when I was out there. But my home out there, I had a bus that was made into an RV, got burned down, and I had no place to go. I lived in a van for 3 weeks and then got into Mission Possible, and I earned everything I got there. I'm now in school to become a social worker. With the encouragement of Daphne, I got a part-time job with the county as a peer support specialist. And it was only part-time and temporary, so I don't have that position anymore. But I see the need for a homeless shelter, and it's not like every Tom, Dick, and Harry bad person out there is going to be in there. They're going to earn their right to be in the pallet homes, in the shelter, and if they screw up, they're going to be kicked to the curb. I know that's how it works. I just moved out of Mission Possible after being there for 2 years and 9 months, and I now have an apartment of my own. And that's the type of incentive and things that the whole of Mission Possible does and does for the community. When I first went into that house, they maybe served 85 people, but now they're serving more. But I see, even though it grew in homelessness, those people, there's a lot of them that want out. They want the opportunity, and that's what this is going to do for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Savannah Hallowell. I'm the owner of Sally's by the Sea. I think obviously there's a lot of back and forth about what this program does to, my business in particular, and I think that I should probably set the record straight on that from our end, is that we're not saying that this program and this budget is displacing our business and our family. It is true that we are getting an earlier eviction notice than we had planned and had talked about with the landlords there. We were not leaving in December, we were leaving in March. So I'm not sure where the confusion was there, but it's neither here nor there. I think our biggest concern, and I'm here mostly, we're already moving, we're moving out of this county, but I'm here because I had so many customers, dozens of people ask me to come because of their inability to show up at 10 on a Tuesday. It's kind of a difficult time for people. The biggest concern was just really the lack of transparency about this, what was happening, where they're going to put it. It was such a large injection of money to come into such a small town, and to have it be where it seems like it's kind of getting pushed forward and hidden in an agenda for a board meeting that most people didn't even know about. We only knew about it because obviously the interaction with our property. And for my part, personally, I think that a program like Mission Possible is definitely needed. You have to address the homelessness in town. I love hearing success stories like we've heard today. That's exactly what those programs are for. I think finding a spot that's not at the gateway to the town is more ideal for the longevity of the economy here. So being able to find a spot, there's so many vacant spots in Del Norte County. And I'm not an expert on it. I don't know how you have to do the zoning. There's lots of different rules you have to follow that I'm sure I'm unaware of. But I feel like the speed at which this process is moving has left a sour taste in the community's mouth of feeling like they don't get an input on where it goes, don't get an input on how it's going to be handled with such a large injection of money, and to have it really change that perception of the town when you come in. I'm in the tourist market as a hospitality service. I talked to so many people over the years that we've been in business here. We were the business at the gateway of that town. And I've got to tell you that just year after year, there was more and more people saying this was going to be their last time visiting, and a lot of it had to do with how things were handled in the town, is that they just said it didn't seem like things were set straight, that there was a mismanagement of how the homeless population was dealt with. And I completely agree that just because you're homeless doesn't mean you're a criminal. And a lot of times you're down on your luck, and that you need to have some services so that you can get yourself to where you need to be reintegrated. But I think that there could be better options. It's the gateway to town, it's the whole perception of it, and there's so many different places that you could go where we could help people and still get all those same things everyone's talking about, just maybe cool the jets on how quickly you're doing it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for bringing that little adorable girl here.
The arm candy.
Yeah. She was looking right at the YouTube audience. It was precious. Good morning.
Morning. Nakna James Brooks. First, I want to clarify a couple things because I'm someone who has far too much investment in the history of American politics. A lot of people have brought up things like mental health institutions and such, which the large reason why we don't have that is due to the Reagan administration and the following Clinton administration. It's largely very federal, so if you want to complain to someone about that, go complain to Ronald Reagan, which is a fun hobby of mine. Furthermore, a lot of people have pointed to things like drug addiction and alcohol addiction and other such things for the reason we have such large homeless populations, which I'm not arguing that that plays zero role, but I think it plays a very minor role. A large part of the reason we have such a large homeless population throughout the entire country is due to things like 2008 and the recession and such like that, which just screwed over our economy. And so we, here as a county can't do anything about that necessarily. That's state, that's federal, that's a long, decades-long thing to fix that hasn't really been fixed. But we can do something, and I believe we do need to do something, and this is doing something. Is it going to solve all of the issues of homelessness in this county? No. But it's a major step in the right direction, and it's one that I truly, to my heart, believe that we should be taking, because these are our people. And we're sitting in here arguing about whether or not we should even help these people while they're still out in the swamps, while they're still out crashing on people's couches. I helped my cousin after he was homeless. He never lived in the swamps. He was just an 18-year-old kid who got kicked out of his home. And I helped him, and he's part of the homeless population too. These are the people that we are talking about. It's not just those who are in the swamps. It's people on the streets, crashing on their friends' couches, with people who are under 18, who are hanging out at friends' houses and trying to hide that they're homeless. It's all these people, and we need to do something to help them. This is doing something, and it's a step I truly believe we should take. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Good morning, Darcy.
Hi, my name is Darcy Walton. I didn't think I'd speak today. I was a little nervous. I live in the swamps. I also have a job. I pay people money to watch my home. I pay someone else to watch my animals, and it's a little hard. If it wasn't for Daphne, I wouldn't even be where I'm a widow. I'm a senior, I'm 60. And I really think you should pass this. We're not all drug addicts or criminals. We just want a break, just to get out. I help people out there. They can bring their animals to me, and it's a good, safe place that I've got. It shouldn't be like that. And they're all nervous out there, and you're going to push them further back, and it's not going to help. And there's a lot of them that won't go to the shelters. But that's your choice. And there's a lot of them you can get out of there. Thank you.
Thank you, Darcy.
Hi, I'm Ben Zametta, and I'm here to ask for your support for this appropriation. I think it would be shameful and negligent to deny it. I can't claim to have ever been experiencing extreme poverty, but I have been in situations where I had to sleep under a freeway. And I did not earn the family or the privileges that helped me. Now have a master's degree. I've been a teacher. I own my own land. I own 25 acres outright. And I try to serve my community. But and nobody ever pulls themselves up by their bootstraps. That's literally impossible. So it's, I think, a disservice, and it's disrespectful to those who helped me, who it may not have been through government channels, to say that everybody should have those privileges. Nobody earned the family that they have that helps them. Nobody earned the community they have. It's our paying it forward to our children. And I believe that most of the problems that come from homelessness and other are desperation. People who do not have their basic needs met act irrationally and often against their own self-interest. I saw this as I helped develop and manage the food forest out at the College of the Redwoods. And I saw time and again people who we were really trying to help, because we gave a lot of the food to the pantry, acting irrationally, but it's not helping anybody to deny housing to people who are very deserving. And the vast majority of any population is well-intentioned and wants to help serve their community. And if they have the foundation upon which to do that, I believe they will. And that's all I ask, is to help a portion of this community
help build themselves up so that they can help others and help make this community stronger. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Cassandra Ferner. I just want to let you know that I was in Mission Possible. I was living behind Safeway, and if it wasn't for Pastor Tabby and Daphne pulling me off the streets, giving me the opportunity, I am now on my own. I'm going to college. I'm over a year clean and sober with all the programs that they offered me, and so, yes, I am, and it does work.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Robin Hartwick. I am a lifelong resident of Del Norte County. I was born and raised here, lived here my whole life, and I love this community. Sorry, I know everybody's been such amazing speakers. That is not me. My voice will break. I might cry. I apologize in advance. Extremely nervous about these sorts of things. But I am a business owner here in Del Norte County. Not one, not even two. We're in the process of buying 2 more, so I am very heavily invested. I volunteer in this community in as many ways as I can find time to do. And in regard to the homelessness issue, I am a convert, and I think that it's probably important to reference when and where my mind was changed about this. So back in 2019, commissioned by the county, there was a housing tools company that came and did a very extensive report on what was happening then, which I think has only grown since then. And as a staunch Republican, I was very moved by the dollars and cents that made a lot of sense. If you're someone that is just looking out for fiscal responsibility, is much more fiscally responsible to take care of the homeless. It is a huge burden on our local taxpayer dollars to send out our police, our firefighters, all of those things. And as a Christian, I would just like to point everyone out to the Matthew West song it's called Do Something. Those were, sorry.
You're doing great, Robin.
Thanks. Those are really the 2 things that changed my heart and my mind and put me to work on this issue. And I would just hope that people understand that doing nothing is not an option. The cost is way too high, not just financially and fiscally, not just environmentally, not just humanitarily. Something needs to be done, and doing something is so important right now, and doing nothing is just not an option. Thank you.
Hello.
Morning.
My name is Daphne Cortez Lambert, and I'm honored to be a part of this community because no matter what side, I hear people all with a desire and a passion to see this community grow. And I want to thank the supervisors for listening and for being open and all of the work that you do as well. I want to thank Sally's for doing those things for the community and for caring. And I want to let you know, for some of you that don't know, I came to this town 23 years ago, homeless. And somebody believed in me, one person. And I went to school. And I ended up getting an award at College of the Redwoods. And then I went on to get my bachelor's degree. And I felt like people need a purpose. Because before that, I was a drug addict. I was not a nice person. I had no purpose. And when somebody cared enough about me, it began to make me care about myself. And Mission Possible, I want to give... we are different. We're different than anything that's ever been done before because we're listening to the people who we serve, but we're also listening to the community. It is my deepest regret. We were waiting before a confidentiality clause was released on the property to go talk to the local businesses, because I really care about the local businesses. We care about the local businesses. We want feedback. We want town halls. We want county participation. We want to do everything that we can to be an asset to the community. We want you to know this shelter is not like anything that people have probably perceived. We are having a huge trip to Rug Retreat, January 12th, that I think we have about 20 officials that are going to look and see, because you have to see for yourself. These facilities that they have for the homeless, you cannot even tell they're there. They're beautiful. There is no loitering. What this funding is a gift. It was not something that was put secret. It's something, an ad hoc meeting, some very concerned citizens were working together to put together for probably a year now, and we worked on that IRF grant, and so it has come before the board 2 different times, so this has been public. And this is amazing that our rural community has been given this gift to be able to give case management, to be able to have expertise from Arcata House, and I see that I'm short on time. I would love to tell you more about the programs. Please come see me anytime. I'm an open book. Thank you all.
Thank you, Deb.
Good morning. My name is Elias Mavris. I'm over a 40-year resident of Del Norte County. And I want to first congratulate all the people that are here. And also to the board members, thank you for being here and doing your job. But one thing I want to do is speak to my audience on YouTube and let people know that they're being heard and they're here to express their feelings, and I want to coordinate this with my agenda that I take care of. So what I brought to you, and I've showed this to you before, it's the management plan for Point St. George. Now this plan was supposed to be from 2003, and in here it says, can you imagine Point St. George 10 to 15 years from now? My math isn't that good, but that's over 20 years ago.
Elias, could I interrupt you for a minute? Does this have to do with this budget?
Yeah, I'm getting there,
transfer?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm getting there.
All right.
So what I'm trying to express through this is that Del Norte County and their plans and their ideals are lacking sometimes. So nobody wants to see this book, but it's something very important. If you want any more information on that, let me know. Also, Jerry Hemmingson, a prior county head supervisor, on his last day in office, stated he would like to see Point St. George as an agenda item. This made me happy to hear. This was over a year ago, and still no mention. This is where I want to mention my YouTube channel, PSG Surfer M at YouTube. This YouTube channel, PSG Surfer M, has dominated the market on news and issues at Point St. George and beyond. The County Media Inc., who owns The Triplicate, Curry Coastal Pilot, The Chronicle, Bandon, Westworld, and Tillamook Headlight Herald, and 10 other news agencies, with all this power in the helm of journalists, why would none of them, or all of you for that matter, not mention my news channel, PSG Surfer M at YouTube? This alone is newsworthy. Cameras, as we see here, are winning on the war on crime sprees, and that is a fact. Yet cameras are nothing without humans behind them doing the hard work of documenting each incident and recording times and places and faces and more. Don't believe me, but do your own research. Here in this room, someone is in charge of their cameras and is getting paid. I'm not getting paid, nor gifts or favors for my work. The salaries for people with cameras are getting $42,000 a year. I'm not a professional. I do it because I rather remain as an amateur. The word amateur means from love, and I'm doing that for my community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Becky Wood, and I don't know where to begin with this. I'm not even sure I want to be up here talking about it, but I'm very torn on this whole thing. For anybody that knows me, I've been involved in many boards, nonprofits, charitable situations. I was a founding member of the Wild Rivers Community Foundation way back when we first started it, and worked tirelessly at St. Joseph's Catholic Church with the Sisters of St. Francis, and with the homeless population, we would take soup down to the beachfront park with the children, and do whatever we could do to help. And I'm a very giving person. I'm also a business owner, and I also experience some of the negativity that comes from being surrounded. My husband and I moved here in 1980. We were penniless calling from college. We purchased a bankrupt veterinary hospital, worked tirelessly raising our 6 children in that practice, building it up, won an architectural redesign, International Architectural Redesign Award in 1996 or something it was, to beautify, we're always putting back in the community everything we possibly can, and doing as much as we can with what we now have, that we have worked hard to earn, as well as our children. When my husband, when we first moved here, he did the dairies and all the farmers as well, and Harry Tedson, God rest his soul, would always tell us, don't worry about it, your kids will not wait to shake the dust of this town off their feet. I swear to God, this is what he said. But they will come back. They will go see where everything else is like, and they will experience the world, and they will know what a beautiful place that they were born and raised in and can call home. That has happened to some of our children. Some of them are in Germany, some are in Alaska, but some of them are here. And my daughter, who recently moved back with her husband, who's an engineer with Caltrans, actually called me about this meeting and said, Mom, you need to go to that meeting because I can't, I'm taking care of the kids. And she's one of those kids that came back, and she had options. They had options, lots of options, great options, but they came back for family and for home. And she was concerned about this as well. I've sat on a lot of boards. $10 million is something to celebrate getting, I agree. Wild Rivers facilitated the grant that came to $10 million to this community 10 years back. So, and I also know how money can be spent and misspent, and a lot of management can be spent from sitting on boards facilitating things, and then what happens with it, does it really actually get to the people? So I'm just going to say to you, as a business owner, that honestly we built this beautiful hospital. We are currently surrounded by a privately owned junkyard homeless encampment. I have employees that are afraid to leave at night. Myself, 2 nights ago, I called my husband to come back because we were pounding on the outside of the building, and I was working late, as I always do, and as he always does, and I was afraid to leave the building. And he said, call the police. And I said, I'm not going to call the police. They're too busy with everything else. Can you come back and just make sure I get out safely? So there are issues, and we can't ignore those issues. There's property values. There's safety of people.
Thank you. Your time,
And I'm sorry.
Just wrap it.
I just want to say, think through this wisely. Location is important, and we don't want to be San Francisco, which, for anybody that visits San Francisco, it's not a pretty place to go anymore. So do it wisely, spend it wisely, do the right thing, but take everything into consideration. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Beck.
Good morning. My name is Lupe Gutierrez, and I just want to make sure that
You support the budget transfer. I know that one person who hasn't been named in this is Miss Allison Ramsey, who actually wrote the grant. And she did it with a lot of input from the community that included the ad hoc. And I just want to say that I know one of the concerns people had was transparency, but you have to be involved in an issue to be transparent. And this has been around for many years from many perspectives. I know when I sat on the library board, we talked about the homelessness, and that was years ago. And also the Rogue Retreat model came before the Board of Supervisors years ago. It's been talked about in the housing element, which is also one way in which this program will be supporting the housing element. So I think transparency means a lot if you yourself get involved with the issue from the get-go, and there's always ways to do that. And I also would like to say that I've had the privilege of actually meeting with the homeless, a couple of the homeless women. I went to Sacramento with them, got to know them, and they are really people that are working towards a better life. And I don't think that they're looking for a handout. It is really a hand up. And so please consider supporting the budget transfer. Thank you.
Thank you, Lupe. RB.
Hi guys, my name's RB. I just got a quick concern real quick. So as for the location of this, I understand that the businesses aren't being displaced, but I'm more concerned with the surrounding businesses in the area being, sorry, I wrote it down here, being impacted by just the traffic in the area. We have 2 businesses off of Elk Valley, and we are constantly, and I mean constantly, under duress from just the foot traffic back and forth. So my big concerns with this being moved at the front of our town, on the north end of town, is just the foot traffic. I mean, the businesses around that area being impacted by these people constantly in and out, in and out. So I just wanted to voice my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Irby.
Hi folks, my name's Logan. I'm the other helper at Sally's. My wife was gracious enough to run back and grab me. So my main points, one, we were planning on leaving. We were planning on moving on. We do have a family emergency. We are leaving early. We will experience financial harm. Whoever is saying that we were leaving at that time, maybe that was a miscommunication, but we are being put in the cold. I have to pack up the shop. I have to move it in the middle of winter, possibly through snowstorms. Not ideal. To the problem at hand, the 2 budget items, when you look at them, they both have clauses in there that say no harm will come to children in some capacity. I'm paraphrasing here because I got 3 minutes. How many families are at Totem Villa? How many families are at the trailer park to the north? Right, we don't know. Has anybody asked? The CHP considers it enough of a safety hazard to children. Just this morning, they pulled over people passing the bus stops that are right there to say that an emergency shelter will not impact local at-risk youth isn't proper without any sort of characterization. I'd be curious to see where those determinations came from, and I think a study should be done that. It's not fair to those low-income people there and what you're doing to them. They don't want it. They spent a lot of time and effort trying to clean up that side of the neighborhood. No one's saying it doesn't need to be done. Need to look at where you're going to go. When you look at destination tourism, you got a $30 to $40 million project going into the beachfront. You're going to put $6.8 million worth of services on the gateway to that town. You already have understaffed, underfunded emergency services. They drive Measure R, Measure S, gets a bunch of their funding from your transient occupancy tax. Has anyone determined what the negative pressure on return visits from the nature tourists who are family friendly having to drive through $6.8 million worth of services in 3 to 5 years? What's your budget look like when you get negative pressure on that TOT revenue? Has anybody asked that question? Should be asked. That's all we're saying. The speed at which this is happening and the opacity, the opaqueness, the lack of outreach. Has any of you guys went to those 2 locations, the family locations that will be directly impacted, had a listening session outside of 10 a.m.? Have you sent one of your staff members there with a questionnaire at 6 p.m. when they're all there to ask about their opinion? I don't think so. The last piece that I'll say is experience from A lot of the entrepreneurs, the new blood that came to town, comes from the rest of California. We came here because we saw what California was. I'm a 6th-generation Californian. My family moved here and homesteaded from Europe in the 1840s. Saw what happened to Santa Cruz. They put a family readiness center there. It started off as family services only. The funding program ran out within 3 to 5 years. It then moved to early release. It then moved to nonviolent. It then moved to you have to take 6 inches off the town, off the immediately adjacent lots because of hazmat. So when you look at the impacts and you look at a holistic approach to the economy, no one's saying they don't need services. They're saying you have competing interests. You're investing $30 to $40 million on the south end of town. 1.2 miles north, you're putting in $6.8 million. And I'll leave it with one last point. What's the performance, the specific contract performance of the organization that you're awarding $6.8 million to? Do they have that kind of experience? 2021 numbers on Mission Possible shows revenues of $125,000, $140,000. You're going to put $6.8 million for them to manage. Does anyone on the board have experience managing 30-plus people operations? Who's auditing the $6.8 million? What are the fiscal controls? The amount of revenue that you're putting competing against the tourist destination they're at odds, and you guys need to take a little bit more time before you start moving money around and spending it, and you do a little more outreach that's available to the community. That's all we're here for.
Hello, my name's Brenda Hendon. I'm encouraging the funding for the homeless shelter because everybody keeps saying how ugly it's going to be, but there's so many homeless here already. And I think it's going to be a beautiful place. It's going to be, not only are people going to be there, but God's going to be there. They're just talking about the homeless like they're not here already. So that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda.
We'll be quick.
Good morning.
Hi, my name is Ali Ramsey. At the request of this board, I wrote the grant proposal that won the money. We did it because what's happened before hasn't worked. Going in and just moving people out of the swamps and destroying their property, so they just go back because we haven't provided any alternatives. So many people came together to put together this proposal. Government, local nonprofit leaders, the business community, the homeless people themselves, concerned residents, people in the religious community. So we all came together and really thought about what do we need here in Del Norte, what could work. We consulted with experts in the field. We've designed this very careful continuum of services based on proven practices that we know work. They are designed to provide a graduated continuum of care that will meet people where they're at and provide them with the services they need at that time. People cannot just walk out of the swamps into housing and jobs without assistance along the way. And this program has been designed to support that graduated path to self-sufficiency. It will also create many jobs, very much needed jobs, good jobs. And so to say to the state, no, we don't want your money to solve this problem, we'd rather just keep things exactly as they are, would be insane. Thank you.
Okay. Kylie, is there anybody online?
Yes, I have a few hands raised online. There's still
Okay, let's do one last in-house, and then we'll go online.
My name is Dawn Venturi. I work for one of the businesses that will be impacted by this shelter. Everybody in this county knows we need a homeless shelter, not at the entrance of our town, not at the cost of our children and our poor and older community members possibly being affected in a negative way. We have worked hard to clean up the north end of town. And to move a shelter in right next door will decimate the end of town. I've gone into San Francisco and Oakland and seen what's happened there. We don't want that here in Del Norte County. Not for our children, not for our grandchildren, not for the people on the streets now. They need a place, but not there. That's what I have to say.
Thank you. Renell, did you have, let's go one more in-house then. Yes.
My name is Renelle Chisman, and I wasn't going to come in here and talk. I was just going to come in here and listen and see what people had to say. I think some of the questions, and they might be rudimentary and lower level questions, but it's like, okay, so we have this big homeless problem, and I do have to give kudos for somebody stepping up and doing something that everybody's been talking about for decades in helping the homeless people. So they live in the swamps, they live in these places that nobody sees. So are we asking them, it's like, do you want to be put out on Front Street? Or do you want to make this transition gradual? How's it going to affect them? You know, we're going to pull you out of these swamps and we're going to help you and we're going to give you all these programs, but you're going to be right here on the highway where everybody can see you. Is that what they want? Or do they want to heal and get better and be helped in a more suitable environment? And I'm not trying to be disrespectful to them, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to this community. But I think we need to take into consideration, you know, what their timeline is for healing and helping and getting better and going to their programs. Are they going to be an integral part in maintaining these properties? Because I think, you know, as years have gone by, we have seen programs, we have seen housing projects, we have seen programs to help people, and bit by bit, time by time, they deteriorate and they look like crap. Is that what's going to happen in time with this? You know, are the monies going to run out? Is the interest going to kind of decrease a little bit? You know, these are just, you know, real simple things that we need to, you know, take a look at and really think about. God, there was something else I was going to say and now I forgot. Oh, pardon? And another thing that the homeless bring with them, and I don't blame them, they have pets. They're support animals, they give them great comfort. What are we going to do to help them support their animals that they're certainly going to bring along too? Are we going to have a mandatory spay and neuter program? They need to get vaccinated. This is another little, just a little leg that needs to be looked at, because as we know in the swamps, you know, they're back there breeding. I volunteer only one day at the pound, and I see the ramifications that come along with out that help and that guidance, you know, that there are services out there, but maybe they don't want to, because maybe they feel like it interferes with their privacy and their lifestyle. You know, is there anything that we can do with the Ruth compound? You know, can that be cleaned up? Because from what I understand, there's millions and millions of dollars. What about doing something back there? Would that be more comfortable while they transition into a better place in society for themselves? Thank you for listening. Thank you for doing what you're doing. It's appreciated, but we need to look at the big and the big picture. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Kylie, let's go with the, we're going to go with the folks that are online, being I let one go in front there. Just hold on just a second.
Hannah, you are on. You just need to unmute.
Okay, thank you. I originally came here getting ready to pull up just a stockpile of statistics on where these tiny home villages have already been implemented. Studies on how people who have access to these tiny homes have up to a 50% success rate of making it into permanent housing and becoming, you know, productive members of society, thinking that I was here basically on an audit of homeless people on whether or not it was a choice to be homeless. And this was all based on a post that was posted online that was making it sound very much like Board of Supervisors was trying to hide this meeting from the public and attempted to force a debate about the merits of helping the houseless. Come to find out that this was a meeting specifically just to address whether or not to accept funds in order for this project to go forward. I can pull up those statistics, but the truth of the matter is that in order to say no to money
Wait, she's back on. Hold on.
Oh, she is.
Oh dear, hold on. Where did she go? All right, Hannah, you're back.
Sorry about that. I guess we lost connection.
Yes, we did.
Anyway, to sum up, because I know my time is short, I wanted to take the opportunity to thank Mission Possible, True North, and the Board of Supervisors, who I don't believe was attempting to hold a secret meeting to hide this from all of us, who I think has been very transparent, as was earlier mentioned, with the people who are involved intricately in this issue. I think it also needs to be discussed that lifting up the houseless in our community is lifting up our community. These are members of our community. There are houseless children at the age of 18. There are houseless students who are in their car. And this is an opportunity to raise those people up and put them in positions where they can help contribute to, the economy and the community as a whole. So I was really encouraged today to hear from people who have benefited from these services before, as well as people who've put in years of tireless work in order to make this possible. And I'm really proud to be a member of the Del Norte community. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Give me one moment. Robert, it shows you're on. Robert, give me 1 second.
Randy, I'm gonna get through these guys online. We'll finish up.
All right, Robert, you're on. Robert. Robert Dorigo.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Guys, first I'd always like to say, when you're addressing homelessness, the first thing I would do if I was the supervisor of this fast food restaurant is regulate short-term rentals on residential zone properties, because used to be you could make $8 an hour here and rent a house for $500 or $600. And as Supervisor Supervisor Howard mentioned when he was campaigning in my door last election, there was only a couple on Airbnb when he put his on Airbnb, but right now there's 400 or 500, and there's for short-term rentals, and there's only a couple hundred for sale on Realtor.com. A lot of those are just bare land, and there's only like 4 or 5 apartments for rent. So, to keep people from despair and whatnot, we're particularly affected with our land situation in national parks and whatnot here. The other thing, I'm not a not in my backyard person. I work well with homeless. I always just use extra lighting and security and things like that. You do get broken into up here no matter what you're doing. We have Sticky Grove and Wonder stuff. We're at 1070 US 101. And I was wondering through the public comments if this is for that property or across the road. To clarify, we did quit on Sticky Grove because the supervisors insisted on setting a disadvantaged tax rate against our competitor, for us, in favor of our competitors. In particular, a city community development director that they were going to appoint to the planning commission that month. And it was a very disadvantaged program that the county had. But they did get, between all the taxes, probably about $100,000 a year from Sticky Grove, between their piece of sales tax, a Measure R, and the 6% that they insisted on voting for every year, because they did not send anybody jars of jam, as I would mention, throughout 20 years of criticism with the supervisors. The other thing I'd say is, we did quit Sticky Grove, but we never quit our lease. And, we invested into the property there with shutters and security. We're one of the buildings that don't get vandalized in town. We figured out how to do that kind of thing. I've always sold stuff, usually for other people, ShopSmart, Rite Aid, whatever, Starbucks. And I've made pretty decent money since I decided to do it for myself. I just decided I didn't want to give it to the county anymore. But to be clear, we have not agreed to exit our lease at that location. I just lost my mom. You guys are a pain in the ass. I think you're all corrupt, to be honest. and started having seizures. I would love to see homeless people taken care of, but I would question, you know, that I would just like to see like how many people we expect to help. How long does the $9-10 million in professional services last? You know, is that for 1 year? Is that for a big duration? And how many people we're going to help? How many people we're going to bed? How many pallet houses are we getting for $800,000? I kind of would love to see the program go forward in a lot of ways, but I wish there was more details too. Thank you.
IT, I'm gonna need your help because I had to promote him as panelist. And then if I try to remove him, it just removes him completely. So I'm gonna need your help with Robert. But I'm gonna keep moving forward on public comments. Brandon, you are on. You just need to unmute your mic.
Yes, good morning, Kylie, and thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. Good to see community involvement, and it is unfortunate that we have such a humanitarian crisis in such an amazing place. I'm afraid that by accepting this almost $11 million from the state, that our county is just endorsing a social service sanctuary. And while that may be the trend currently in California, I think we're seeing the devastating effects of the California model. Over the past dozen years, the Department of Health and Human Services is about the only department that has grown for Del Norte, and it's grown by nearly 40%. And during that time, the subjects and the topics that the Department of Health and Human Services is supposed to solve, those problems have gotten worse. And government cannot solve the problems for everyone. And you're effectively pricing working families out of the area. What about trying to do something about our grocery prices that have skyrocketed? What about the vacation rentals that are sitting empty and unused, and that's driving up the real estate costs for working families? What about gas prices? We are just allocating more money to tolerate poor circumstances. Once we help people that are in difficult circumstances, what are they going to do? Do we have the jobs to make this self-sustaining? No. We've tried for years to generate economic development. We've been unsuccessful at it. But that's where this needs to start. We need to start with jobs and opportunities. Look at the low-income housing development on Oregon and California Street. Those roads are almost unpassable with all the potholes. There's no development of sidewalks. Kids are almost forced to play in the construction zone because it hasn't been developed. And here, we're just going to throw more money at a problem without a clear plan. All we have is nonprofits, and people profit off nonprofits. But there's also people that are left behind because
Brandon,
of the
your time's
nonprofit.
expired, so go ahead and wrap it up, please.
I request this board not approve the budget transfer. Thank you.
Okay, give me just 1 second. Mari, you are on. You just need to unmute your mic.
Hi, my name's Mary Ann Roth. I moved here 1 year ago, active member of the community. I totally support this proposal and helping of the unhoused. I volunteer a lot, helped with the Permaculture Guild, cleaning up the area behind the Chevron and it was unbelievable. I've never seen something like that. And what was so hard about it was it took us, hours to clean it up with a whole big crew of people, and loading trash out of there, and just horrible situations, which you probably all are very aware of. But the sad thing was that there was going to be people back in there that night, that week, because there was no place for them to go. Helping people with shelter is a humanitarian act, and I think it would be wonderful for this city to be a leader in that. And I've worked with addicted and recovery communities for 37 years, and I can tell you from experience, seeing people come in and get help and assistance, they are the most grateful people, and they, can grow up and become the most amazing, productive members of society, constantly giving back and so grateful for a helping hand when they needed it. So I totally support this, and I hope you vote for it. And I look forward to being a part of this solution and this groundbreaking effort in Crescent City. The most compassionate thing we can do is help people that need a hand. Thanks for listening to me.
Thank you.
We got one more chair.
Yes.
Eric, you are on. You just need to unmute your mic.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I'm calling in on behalf of my wife and I in regards to this, and we definitely disagree with this this program. About a year and a half ago, we had 3 homeless people break into our residence while we were away, and the amount of money that it caused in damage was well over $15,000. Not to mention, there was probably a dozen police cars in front of our residence trying to get these individuals out. My experience with the homeless is, obviously on the law enforcement side, and looking at these big cities like Sacramento, Stockton, LA, San Francisco, building these places for homeless people to be sheltered at, all it does is attract more homeless people to these areas, at which point they won't be able to have a place for them to live, and therefore will just congregate around these areas. And so using the bathroom in public, needles, things like that, the state already has a difficult time keeping track of sex offenders and things of that nature. And, a lot of these sex offenders that do not register like they're required to, are living, as homeless people. And so how are you, when you say that this doesn't affect children, how can you say that? You have these people that are using the bathroom out in the open, showing themselves, and that's a problem. But as so many people have already said, the gateway into the city, you want this shelter to be set up. And for people to say that you won't see it, that's not true. Go to Sacramento, go to Stockton, go to LA, go to San Francisco. Look what San Francisco just got done doing. They pushed out all the homeless people for APEC. Okay. They had, this big convention going on for well over a week, and they pushed all the homeless people out because they want to show that, it doesn't exist. We all know it exists, but what are we doing to help this? Why are we not investing in our schools, the elementary schools, our teachers, the YMCAs, things like, those things were huge growing up, and we didn't have the homeless problem back then because of these programs. Invest in these teachers that are investing in our kids and our education. That will go an extremely long way. Also, real quick, Crescent City does not have the resources available to assist, with all these homeless people with a population of, 6,800. So in closing, do not agree with it. Would love to help, but you need a better way.
Chair, that's all that I have online.
Okay, I'm going to close the public comment period on this item then, and bring it back to the board for any further discussion or a motion.
Yeah, so I guess I'll start it out.
Okay.
So back when we applied for this grant, I voted no on applying for it. I did not like the plan that was laid out. I didn't like the location. I didn't feel it was finalized enough to move forward. We got the grant, and so now moving forward now, all I see now is budget transfers. Where's the rest of the plan? I have not been presented with anything, and so I just learned this week that the Sally's by the Sea building was where we're going to put a shelter. How many beds are there? I had no idea about any of that part of it. And I know, I can't ask questions because I'm not on the homeless committee because of the Brown Act, but why was there not a plan brought before the budget transfer? Because as of right now, we're just, by approving this, I'm just signing away a blank check to go have at it. My other question is, how do you determine if no children are impacted? How is that determined? So I guess those are my two starting off questions.
The part of every staff report has that evaluation of children and families. Because this is just a budget transfer, this is not the process, this is not the project. This is just moving money from one line item to the other. That's how that.
So by moving this item isn't going to affect the neighborhoods by implementing this? I mean, basically.
All this is going to do is move money from one place to another.
To implement a product, right?
The project is a different, that's what the effect of the children and the families and those 5 things, that's why it says it doesn't, because it's just a budget transfer.
And so now where is the rest of the plan? How do we know what that $6.8 million to Mission Possible is going to be used for? How many homes are there going to be for the pallet homes? How many beds are in the emergency shelter? What's going to happen when this funding runs out? How do we continue this process? There's so many questions to ask. To just sign it over and say, good luck, I just can't do it at this moment unless somebody has more information.
I don't know to what degree of information you would need. So I'm a little bit confused at that. Do you want every last little process that's going to be put in place? I mean, we're going to hire people to run the shelter. We're going to have develop and consultation fees, emergency shelter, the micro village that was talked about, having 30 of the little emergency camping shelters. We're going to have training for employees. It says right here, outreach and navigation services. The navigation center is already in place by Del Norte Mission Possible out at.
And so where is this emergency shelter? Is it already predetermined to be at this location?
The offer has been made by Del Norte.
And has any surrounding neighborhoods been addressed? Any of those safety concerns? Any public input as far as, do we want this at the entrance? What's the rush? Can we find a better location somewhere off of the beaten path?
No, I don't think we've been in a rush at all. We've been actively doing this for a year.
I don't know if you'd want Daphne to come up and maybe address some things.
I might.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just want to, I think that we can answer this. And so there's an ad hoc committee, and that ad hoc committee consists of Supervisor Wilson and Supervisor Short. I was on it briefly in between supervisors. But that ad hoc committee meets with the public, meets with the stakeholders, meets with county staff, and they are working on those details. I agree with Supervisor Borges that we should know, right? And that is something that I am concerned about, that it hasn't been presented to us. But what I really want to make clear today, from the way I understand it, is the location for the navigation center is not being purchased with these dollars. It's already been purchased with other monies that I don't know anything about, because it's not the Board of Supervisors making that purchase. Today, this $10.8 million is to bring from one line item to another so that we can start implementing a tiny village center. With that, there'll be services that are going to be surrounding those homeless population so that we can try and lift them up like some of the success stories that we saw here today. So I understand because it's all very confusing for all of us, but this is really merely the grant that this board approved, minus Supervisor Borges, and that's fine. We got the grant. Now we have to accept that money and put it someplace so we can start the work and do the work.
Now, if I understand, as soon as we transfer that money, it's being, the plan, whatever the plan is that I haven't seen, it's being implemented. It's moving forward. It no longer is being discussed about. The plan goes forward. So if this transfer happens, then it moves forward. And we don't even know what that is. I mean, the ad hoc committee does, but I don't remember ever just having an ad hoc committee decide everything for everybody. And so if I would, I would say either we can table this and you can present a project of what's going to happen, or I'm telling you my vote will be no. But so that's up to you guys.
So Cheyenne Hogan, Deputy Director for Behavioral Health, just to give some kind of background of this project. DHHS has been engaged in this conversation regarding, homeless services to the unhoused for many, many years. In December of last year, several of us joined the ad hoc committee, really kind of formed a, looking at the big picture, what are our varying ideas. We had brought before the Board of Supervisors a presentation about the ERF funds, and we're given the kind of green light to go ahead and apply for those funds. And in June of this year, we were awarded the funds. That was in September. We were awarded the funds. So now what we're asking is to move those funds into budget lines to move forward. One of the moving forwards in that is hiring a project coordinator to this. So that is somebody who will work on those specific details and everything. But just to be clear, these funds are not what are being used to purchase a shelter location. That is a private sale between Mission Possible and a private seller. The county is not involved in that process. We are not who selected the site. We do give authorization for the site to make sure it meets certain requirements, right? There's square footage requirements, it needs to be habitable, bathrooms, all of those things. And so we do give that, but we, have not been the ones to go out and select the location.
So if I understand it correctly, the approval of the funds then is basically at this point, even though we're not technically the owners of the property, approval of the funds is giving our blessing to the property. Is that a fair assumption?
To the property, I would say no. These funds, will basically, in a sense, pay for some of the staffing that run wherever the shelter location is, right? So it gives the supportive services to a shelter location, but it doesn't give green light or red light to the actual property. That's in escrow, and I don't remember if it's closed or not yet, but that's a kind of a done deal that they're in escrow on that property.
Okay, so I'll just make it clear that I'm not in favor of that property, or that location. I'll put that out there again, which I also wasn't in favor of the other location for the pallet homes. That was a better spot than what we're discussing now. Mm-hmm. So moving on to a possible next question. It is said that in there it was going to implement possibly up to 30 jobs, or somebody announced it. Mm-hmm. How many vacancies are in DHHS now?
Overall, we sit somewhere between 30 and 40% of vacancies overall within our department. Some of these positions will be directly through Mission Possible, likely people with lived experience who want to kind of give back will be a part of that in addition to others.
Okay, and then and maybe my last question on as far as the just implementing the $6.8 million to one nonprofit, that's a huge leap in income, and that's a huge process in monitoring those funds and being good stewards of those funds. What's in place to ensure and protect.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, most, grants that we receive within Health and Human Services require all kinds of reporting and data components and oversight to those. So we would continue those same types of processes. Most grants require quarterly reporting and constant communication with whoever your subrecipients are. So that would be in place through those. We do have a subrecipient agreement with Mission Possible to some of the services and expectations and reporting requirements. So that, is usually overseen by then a program manager in our office or a combo of program managers to really look at, is everybody meeting the elements and the expectations of those? And the other thing I'd like to include too is we're happy to come back, in a future board meeting and give a presentation about the nitty gritty details to things, right? At this point, we're not quite in that state. We definitely, we have the pallet shelters coming. We have, what I know I heard a mention of how many units is that going to be? That we're proposing 53 units in the pallet shelter. It may not start at 53, right? Maybe it starts at 20.
And that's
Maybe
more
it gets
than
to
last time,
53.
right?
What was that?
That was more than the last presentation?
I don't recall right now how many we presented.
I thought
in
it was
that.
30, but.
Yeah, I can't remember right now. So definitely, we can come back though with more specific details into a presentation, some information from that ad hoc committee back out to everybody. I know Daphne had mentioned in some of what she said, the stakeholder meetings that will happen, kind of town hall sessions for people to come and voice their concerns. And I've heard several concerns here today, and trust me, we've considered some of those things, and we'll continue to consider those things. So if, the community has further input, those are a great place where we can come together and we can come up with solutions to those problems, not just look at a barrier.
So if I had my way, I would like to hear some more of these answers and get some more input from the surrounding areas and see a more finalized plan, because I know that if we approve this transfer, it's a done deal. The things are going to happen and we no longer can really voice our concerns. So as I stand as of right now, I would like to hear more information.
Thank you. Anybody else have anything before I step away?
Supervisor Howard.
Yeah, I need to kind of take this back to the beginning. What is our timeline to accept the dollars?
I believe the funding has already been accepted. This is more putting the funding into the right line items for the overall project.
And the line items, there's a lot of information, communication in this case, a lot of information that's currently lacking in the board report for this kind of transfer to take place. And I am right in line with the concerns that Supervisor Borges is expressing at this point in time, given that there hasn't been a conversation with this board until today. And that communication most likely should have been had prior to this, so the public could express some concerns, because I believe what you just told Supervisor Borges is that once this approval and transfer takes place and it goes into these budget line items, that's essentially granting the board's permission to move forward with the implementation of pallet homes, bathroom facilities, kitchen facilities. But there hasn't been a real discussion, and this is getting back to a lot of concern that was expressed here today of where one of these facilities would even be located. And this is really about what a lot of folks have talked about here today is, our identity as a community. What do we want people to see when they first come into this community? We, by unfortunate default or force of the state and federal governments, have become a tourism community. We're receiving tourists here now and likely long into the future. And now, as a gateway community, how does these decisions with our current zoning impact how we implement strategies to contend with an alarming crisis around homelessness? We haven't had these discussions as a board of where some of this would occur. We've had fairly robust 30,000 foot discussions on how potentially it could occur. So transferring folks into a shelter, which would be essentially a shelter that would transition folks into more of a stable housing environment with these pallet homes with final into permanent housing. So there's all these steps to go through, but the bottom line is that where are these locations? Have the board, through the various zoning discussions of the limited land bases that we've had here, have we had those discussions as a board? Is this what we want people to see when we first come to the community? I would love to have that discussion here at this level in a transparent process so the whole community could do what they've done here for the last 2.5 hours, which is express their concerns to us about these locations. And yet it seems potentially that this has already been decided, and I need you to answer that question for Joey. Has it been decided about these locations?
Yeah, so I think that with the ERF funds have nothing to do with the shelter location. Completely separate. That's a completely separate thing. It has nothing to do with the shelter location. The shelter is a private sale between a private seller and Mission Possible.
Will these monies go into the shelter?
These monies will support staffing to provide on-site supportive services at a shelter.
At a shelter, not of the board's choice.
I mean, it's designated to do with Mission Possible right now. That's what was presented to the board back in February when you gave the presentation on the vision and the grant outline for the ERF funding.
And then there would be a separate location for pallet homes, correct?
Yes.
And where is that going to be?
The pallet homes will be on the Williams Drive location. So
And
as you go
then-
down Williams Drive, it's to the right.
Okay, so currently, let me kind of set a little bit more better table. I am on the ad hoc committee, and through the process before I got there, but while I was there, there was a 3-tranche application for these dollars. Del Norte did not qualify in the first or the second. This was the final tranche of dollars going out to this program. Proposals were hastily put together, and these are proposals that outline a program, but again, the fine details are not included in that process. We were looking for, after the dollars come out, there is a timeline of production that is attached to the dollars. In other words, they expect results, just like any other dollars that come out, that be produced at a certain period of time within the funding sources that come out. We had, and they had, Mission Impossible as the vehicle by which this money is going to be distributed through an NGO. I don't like that process, but that's the process that government has created for itself. So Mission Possible is the vehicle that the majority of the money is going to be funded. They come up with the process and the program in collaboration with Health and Human Services and advisors from Humboldt on how this can be done, as well as their own ideas about how we can better serve Del Norte County. Much of those details are fluid because they're trying to find a permanent location for some of these services. We selected Williams Drive as a location because it's owned by the county, it is out of the way, and it is available immediately for our utilization.
To clarify the we piece,
Did we decide that?
It was part of that process, and we have spoken in closed session on these issues of location and of what we were planning on doing, yes. However,
I don't recall that. We voted to use the Williams Drive, or we voted to apply for the grant, and you potentially were going to put the pallet homes at the Williams Drive? Because I don't remember as a whole saying, let's use this location.
We put the Williams Drive into the grant application
as a potential.
the approval of this board.
And there was also discussions at that same time on other lands that we have that county partially owns, that we are doing testing and surveying of the soils at this point in time to determine if that would be a better selection for a permanent location. We chose Williams Drive because this was something we could implement immediately. We didn't have to acquire land, and it was available. The reason being was my impetus and my position why I requested this is because a lot of this impacts District 5. My request and the direction of many of the community in District 5 is find a solution for homelessness, and let's reduce the crime that we can in Del Norte County in our areas, because they are heavily impacted. Now, in order to try to accomplish that, we sought these funds in order to establish a homeless process that would allocate resources to shelter and accommodations, camping, others, that would allow us to have an approved and authorized location for services to be provided. I am not altruistic, as they will all tell you. My whole purpose in being on that committee was to establish a program that we would have and provide services to the homeless and a location for them to be, so that the county and the city would have the ordinance in place that would allow us to move out all of these encampments from unauthorized locations to authorized locations. It would give us tools in order to help the people in my district from the impacts of those homeless camps as well as the crime. It gives us tools, and that's what we need in order to resolve this. We look towards programs that are successful, because there's no reason why we need to reinvent the wheel, that go and are already being implemented in other communities. That's the model by which they based the dollar request. And that was known when we put the money out, when we put the request for the money. And I'm with you, you know, the details are important. But again, a lot of those details are not solidified in concrete, because so much of this process is still fluid. The Sticky Grove was one of several locations that they have sought to try to find. I don't like it. I don't like anything that's on, you know, again, on the 101 corridor. It wasn't their first choice, I can tell you that. But it has been a choice. Now, that's a choice that was made by Mission Possible, not by me, the board, or the ad hoc. It was discussed, but their movement towards trying to find a location to place their facility, not our facility, their facility. The funding source is the one we push through. We have two choices at this point. We can hold back the money, in which case this thing does not move forward. And things will stay the same in Del Norte County. Encampments will stay where they are. Crime will continue to be what it is. And our resources will continue to be taxed at what it is. Now, this is state funding. This is tax dollars that is coming to Del Norte County. Don't think it's not tax dollars. It comes from taxpayers. Every person that came up before us, I applaud you that you changed your life. You're a goddess because you do the good work. You make opportunities available. God puts those opportunities in front of people, and it's their choice whether they take advantage of that opportunity. You cannot force somebody to do something that they do not choose to do. Now, I applaud your efforts, but understand that it's not in our hands, it's in God's hands, that those choices are made and the people make them and the opportunities are given to them at that time. We cannot force anything. The money helps in making those opportunities available. And if we can do that, that as a byproduct of what we can do is great. And if I can lessen the impacts to my neighborhoods and my community by providing that service over here and restricting their utilization of lands that they don't have the right to be on, then I will do that. But I can't force anybody to do that. We can make an opportunity. Now, we have that choice. We can decide that homelessness and drug addiction and crime are not a problem in Del Norte County, and therefore there's no reason to establish this program and try to do something that offers a location, an authorized location for them to be, or we can reject the money and continue where we are in Del Norte County and in the direction it's going. A lot of the people that spoke today and had objections, that objection is great, their voices need to be heard. But as far as the selection of the location, that's something that needs to be brought before the board of Mission Possible, not the board here, because we don't make that choice. I mean, we can affect that choice by rejecting the money. That's absolutely true.
So as far as, admitting that there's a problem, I fully agree that there's a problem out there. Don't get me wrong, I do not disagree with that. All I'm saying is you have, and Darren, Supervisor Short, have all the ins and outs. You have all the dirty details. You have more than we do. How about that? So we don't know any of the information at all that is being presented. And so to say that things are not solidified and, they're wishy-washy and all that, we're talking about almost $11 million to not be solid on what we're doing. And so until we have a plan of what we're doing, I mean, it's irresponsible just to sign it off. And as soon as we sign that off, it's done.
Well,
One process to that, Supervisor Burgess, is that, contracts will become before the board for some of the work that would be done in these line items, right? So this designates the money into the line items, but there would, of course, be subrecipient agreements, contracts, et cetera, that are all going to come before the board to spin down these funds.
I would like to add that town halls are built in to this IRF funding. So we can't really, we need to listen to what this community needs. We're looking at the model of Rogue Retreat, but we're also have help from Arcata House. They are also a subrecipient. Arcata House has done what we are doing successfully. We've also been in touch with the founders of Rogue Retreat, and we are working on technical assistance with them as well. So we could throw you out a plan, but we want to make a plan that suits our community and uses the strengths of other successful programs. And we are about community partnerships. If you look at what we already have ran as far as Mission Possible, we've been running a transitional home, a homeless shelter of sorts, for several years now, and no one knows where it is. That's also where our plan of operations is, and nobody knows where it is because our people respect not coming to the home because I've asked them to do so. And also, our navigation center, again, we don't have people hanging out there. We are very respectful of our community, and it's going to, what everyone has to say is going to matter, and we're going to mitigate and we're going to work towards solutions so everyone feels comfortable. But until this release of funds happens, we can't go there. We can't even begin that process.
So if I understand part of Supervisor Wilson's plan is if we have this emergency shelter, then we can run everybody out of the swamps, correct? Is that quite what I understand? We can run everybody out and we can clear the swamps is what I heard. And so then the plan is then to move these people to the emergency shelter and you were not going to notice that in the interest of town? Is that what I understood being told?
Okay. Let me lay this down to you. All right. You can't force somebody into a shelter. You have to make them available. The law passed by the courts has said, if you have a location, as long as there is capacity at that location, then you are completely authorized to move these encampments out. Your law enforcement, your process, whoever you assign to it, can do this process. There's a lot of bells and whistles around that, but it can be done. And it's being done successfully in many communities and many counties.
And part of this...
But you have to have a location. You have to have availability. No. Now, my experience has said you're going to get about a 35% utilization of the services and the facilities. The rest of these individuals that live out there in those areas do not want the rules and restrictions that come with going to a pallet home, going to a shelter. They do not want to have that kind of restriction on their behavior and the things that they choose to do. And so they will not make themselves necessarily available of those kinds of services. They may make themselves available of showers and bathrooms and food, but they're not going to choose to stay in those places. And as long as we have availability, we have ordinances that will be passed and that we can utilize to have enforcement of in order to keep these encampments from being problematic. Then we can spend the dollars to clean these things up, and the likelihood is they will stay clean because we have ordinances in place to keep them from getting impacted back again. We wasted so much county dollars and federal dollars and state dollars. When I was sheriff, we cleaned out the Ruth compound twice, and it's worse now than it ever was. So, like I say, we can continue to beat our head against a wall and do nothing, and it's going to continue to be a problematic. Or we can put together a plan and have things that we can actually do to change the trajectory of our community with the impacts of crime and homelessness.
I fully agree. Put together a plan.
So when we, Daphne, if you'll let me interject something here. So when we go to our partnering organizations, CSAC and RCRC, and they ask us what problems are you having in your counties? What can we help you fix? A resoundingly large amount of people say that any money that's made available by the state or the feds has too much controls on it. It's impossible to use. There's a one-size-fits-all idea that goes along with this award of money, and it doesn't work. And we've sung that song for ages that Sacramento's one-size-fits-all thing does not work for our county. So that was kind of heard with this ERF grant. And it was awarded with, like Daphne said, we have to do town halls as part of the acceptance of this grant, which means that they're trusting that we're going to go ahead with the money and reach out to the community and find out the best way to spend it. So we don't have everything in place right now, but if you were going to have a successful program, what do you do as a manager? You hire good people and then you leave them alone and let them do their job. So to have, to look at the respected organization that we have and to have this pot of money available to us to complain about the swamps, I'm sorry that Mr. Pinkham had to leave, but the South Bend area and the gear sheds that are getting broken into, and the potential huge loss of income as I was fighting a fire the other day and having sparks fall down on a pile of brand new crab pots getting ready for crab season. I couldn't imagine how many people that would affect if that pile of crab pots had burned up as well. So we've been working for well over a year to try and find a solution. We started out with this project of South Bend and Elk Valley, and it has turned into what we have here today. We've gotten awarded this money, and as managers, we look to the experts like Robin Hartwick, Lisa McCowan, Tabby Rogers, Charlene Mazie, and if you can't tell me that we have about the most professional people here to move forward with that, I don't know what to say. And with, Daphne mentioned their house that they run right now. Nobody knows where it is. A lot of us know where it is, but you can't tell. You have one of the most vocal people in town that lives right next door, and you don't hear him complaining about it. DHHS runs 2 or 3 shelters. Nobody knows where they are. Because we have good people that are listening to the community and doing good things for the community. So yes, Supervisor Borges, we don't have every nail put in this house yet, but we have, I think, the greatest people moving forward to get it done and to actually see some progress, to get the crime and the squalor fixed, at least in one chunk to begin with. We'll see that success, at least I dream that we see that success in that area, and then move on to somewhere else. We're looking at the end of Waldo. There's a lot of drug activity that goes on down there with, like Supervisor Wilson said, with the ability to comply with that court decision, will give our law enforcement the ability to act on these homeless camps that are bringing crime to our area. And outside of the 35% that will want the services, if the others don't, they can either get motivated to get a job and buy their own house or get an apartment or leave our area. But that criminal element needs to go, and I think this is the first step in getting it done. So I would hope that you would vote for this so we can get working.
I guess I'm coming across as the bad guy. I don't mean to be, but I'm just asking a lot of questions because there's a lot of people involved and affected. And so, I mean, I understand the town halls and I appreciate the town halls and get everybody's input. But on that same note, we're already in escrow for a building to place a place in spot that there's been no input if the public or any surrounding people want it there. And so it sounds to me that there's already a plan in place, and with these line items, there's already a plan. I'm just saying I can't approve just giving the money if there's already a plan moving forward. And with the pallet homes, I thought I heard you say you already ordered them.
No, they haven't been
I
ordered.
thought you said they were coming.
No. That is some of the next steps. We need to have a project manager that will come on, and we have obtained multiple quotes on pallet homes, but we haven't selected the final product and which one we're moving forward with. And one, we need to get the funds and the right lines.
And if I remember right, I thought the supervisors did get a final input on that. Is that on the pallet homes as well? I mean, we're supposed to have all this information, or supposed to be making these decisions for our county, but it almost feels like they're being made for us, and they're already laid out without having more discussion about it.
The pallet homes was a decision that came to the board and was agreed upon.
I thought the board had to finalize that.
We'll have to finalize the contracts, right?
Yeah, for the purchase of them, I mean, obviously it's a large purchase, so I imagine a contract comes before the board to obtain those, as well as even just the construction pieces and things like that need to go on to put the pallets there. But very specifically in the ERF, it was identified that the pallets would go on Williams Drive because we had to specify a location that we could move on quickly. As Supervisor Wilson mentioned, there was very tight time constraints in making this happen to be able to be awarded the funds. And so we looked at county-owned properties that could be used. Now, there's been a couple discussions about where on Williams Drive, but at this point, the location is, as you pull down Williams Drive, it's immediately to kind of your right.
Which is not where we originally talked about?
But before it kind of talked
about... I thought we were talking about on top of the basketball courts.
Yeah, it was talked about over there.
But we listened to you.
Yeah, we changed it.
And who changed it?
I think with input
the
from
ad
the
hoc
chief of
committee.
probation.
The ad hoc moved the pallet homes?
Well, the ad hoc committee talked to, sorry, Darren, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
We took input from the chief of probation.
Right.
And our programs that are going to go there, and he didn't like that it was going to be out there against that road where
sure.
the kids were going to run. So
I agree.
We moved it.
Okay.
And are already thinking about a walkway as well to kind of keep everything separate and safe. So we are listening.
I mean, I believe you do amazing work. I've heard wonderful things, and I'm actually going to the retreat with you as well.
Yes, you
and
are.
So I'm excited and all of those things, but I still have to look out for all the unanswered questions, and I just still don't feel comfortable with just signing over X amount of dollars without a plan.
So may I speak to some of those questions? Charlene, yes. Why don't you come up, please? Kind of view Charlene as a staffer with Dillon Mrs.
One more
Bob.
hat. What's one more hat? So I understand completely the leap of faith that not having a absolutely solid worked out plan takes. Unfortunately, that's how these kind of grants go. And for those who don't know me and my background, I've been doing grant work consulting with governmental and nonprofit agencies. I started out in Health and Human Services. It was Health and Social Services back then, but I've been doing this kind of work for 25 plus years. And this is how these kinds of grants go, is you have a plan that you submit as an application. And there is a great deal of oversight at that grant level to say, is this plan solid enough for us to trust you guys with $10 million? And that plan was presented for approval in February. I believe it was the 14th was the meeting that plan was done. And it had the pallet homes somewhere on Williams Drive. Yes, we did move the location because there was concerns for all the reasons that Supervisor Wilson talked about. And so the state agency has said, yes, we think your plan is good enough for you to get started on. We are not just going to turn $6 million over for Mission Possible to put in the bank. I'm going to talk to Rennell and work out that contract. We're going to need some kind of an advance reimbursement kind of process where we get the money, enough money to do work, but it's going to stay in the county's bank. We're not going to take $6 million and put it in Mission Possible. But I am bringing my expertise. I am, my bigger hat is the executive director of the Del Norte Senior Center. I've been there for 12 years. And they have multiple state and federal programs that have reporting requirements. We have single audit requirements. So I'm familiar with all of the ways that you have to keep track of money like this. Now, is this a bigger pot than I'm dealt with before? Yes, it is for all of us. But the principles are still the same. You have to document, you have to have good policies and procedures in place. You have to have right down to the transaction level. This is the documentation that has to be done in order to justify spending money on something. All of those controls have been established already, and Mission Possible is just part of that system. So I think there is some room for trust. Health and Human Services has much of the same requirements. The auditor keeps a really good eye on them. So this budget transfer is necessary in order for us to be able to, all of us, I use that as the inclusive us, to be able to do that work, to be able to spend money to hire a project manager, to be able to come up with those detailed plans. For some of Mission Possible, we're running into the need to acquire training, and that training is coming out of that grant. If we don't have that budget transfer done, we can't partner with Arcata House or the founders of Rogue Retreat to get the training that we need to develop our plans and our policies. So this is, you're not letting go of as much as it feels like, I don't think. There's still a lot of controls in place. There's still going to be opportunities for program input. And so I think we would really hope, all of us here, that you take that leap of faith and understand that we're going to be coming back. I would love to be invited back to do a full presentation on the theory and everything behind. This is different. I've been a member of this community since 1978, and this is different from anything that anybody has ever tried to do. And so it's going to take some belief, it's going to take some work, and it's going to take us all moving forward together. But the impetus is something I've also never seen in this community. We all know there's a problem, we all know we need to solve it. The little details we can talk about, but to talk about not taking this money that's going to get spent somewhere. Us not taking this money is not going to solve the state's budget problem. It's going to get spent somewhere. We need it. We need it here. And so let's have more conversations. Let's have more presentations. But for today, at least free up so that we can begin that work. So if you have any questions about how we're going to manage the money, let me know. But I kind of snuck in an extra public comment there.
Thank you, Charlie.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So what I kind of gathered from that was that the auditor is still going to remain control of this, and
Yes.
he's going to be monitoring this. Does he know that these will be an additional task and additional funds and additional? Is this an additional project onto him?
I'm assuming that because the money's sitting in the treasury right now.
So is he responsible for auditing, Mission Possible's
No, absolutely not.
funds?
We'll have an outside auditor do that. So like the Del Norte Senior Center every year hires an outside auditor to come in, and it's called a single audit, which is a much higher level because we get more than $750,000 in federal funds. So it's a very detailed audit. They come in, they test programs, they test your internal controls to make sure they're adequate for protecting the money. There will be an independent auditor coming in and doing that for the funds that Mission Possible has. So that is not an extra burden on the county auditor.
And then, I don't want it to come across that I'm against doing anything. It's not my goal. And when we're saying the minor details, and we don't want to worry about the minor details. Well, I think from what we heard today, the minor detail that we're it's going to just kind of wash through that everyone's concerned about is the location of the shelter, and that is basically already been predetermined.
Well, but that is a different conversation because it's not involved in this budget transfer. That $10 million is not being used to purchase the shelter. And I think there, what we probably should have done better was talk about how extensive the search was. Robin can talk about that. People say, well, there are so many locations available. There are not. We looked at every piece of property that could potentially be used. We even talked to people whose land was not on the market, and we asked them, would you be willing to sell? And when it comes right down to it, the decision that this is an appropriate location for a shelter was made when it was zoned that way. And that was a Board of Supervisors. I don't know when they did it, but it is currently zoned as a shelter, as a by right shelter location. So if someone can come up with a better location that has city services, that has a building that we can convert within, $500,000 or $600,000, I would be happy to look at it. But we have extensively, for at least 2 years that I'm aware of, looked for something, and this is what it was. So it isn't necessarily that it's predetermined without your blessing. It is a private sale. It's not going to belong to the county. It's going to belong to Del Norte Mission Possible. And we looked really hard for something that was out of the way. So this is kind of where we're at. I know it's not ideal. I mean, I thought the same thing. When I looked at it, I went, that's not really where we want to put it. But if somebody can find a better spot, I'm all ears. So, any other questions?
Kind of been hogging it all, sorry.
Okay. Supervisor,
Yeah,
have you got anything
I've
more?
got to continue to express my concerns, and as somebody of the 4 that actually voted to pursue these dollars, and I really appreciate the crafty nature of the grant work that was done to get us there. That was extremely important. There's no question that there's a need for it in this community. I think Supervisor Wilson expressed that quite well in his conversation. But I guess it's on our backs why it's taken so long to have this discussion here at the dais that's allowed the community to express concerns. And we've gotten to this point where that happened today. And I feel like there would be nothing better than today to have a 5-0 on this. And even a 4-0 on this might be difficult, which was what we need to accept these funds and have that budget transfer. And I think to help us get there, Charlene, you've spoken to some measures once those funds are transferred that would allow oversight. And I do have a lot of faith in the individuals in particular that sit on Mission Possible. The one in particular I have a great deal of faith on. And I've expressed my concern over the last several months about this specific location. And yet now, because of the lack of potential properties to locate a shelter, we are now in this position having this discussion today. you're asking us to take a leap of faith. You're asking everybody on this board to take a leap of faith. This community that puts us in these seats doesn't always see it that way, and we have to take the criticism that comes along with the good and the bad. I want some assurances that some of the conversations that have been left out of this since February to come back to the board so we can fully flush this thing out in a proper manner so it is a transparent, truly transparent process. And I want to know from my CAO, Neil Lopez, that we have mechanisms in place to bring this conversation back to the board when our ad hoc and our partners like Mission Possible come up with a plan so it can be fully vetted and the community, I know you say there's going to be community discussions as part of this grant, so the community can truly express to this board on making these moves. And Neil, do we have mechanisms in place to have that happen so Supervisor Borges' concerns could be heard, or constituents who give them those concerns could be heard? Do we have those mechanisms in place right now through this grant based on your best available knowledge?
Yes, I believe so. Currently, today before you is just the allocation of the funds that have already been received by the county based on the application that was approved by the board. The actual plan hasn't been brought back to the board yet, to my knowledge, but that can be made possible. It sounds like Cheyenne is willing to do that. I'm sure Renell is willing to do that at the request of the board.
So, Mr. Chairman,
So really quick, do you have any more questions for me?
No. I think we've been doing this long enough. Neil has addressed my concerns, and with that, I'd make a motion to accept the funds through this budget transfer of 11-03 in the amount of $10,823,724 with those conditions.
I will second it.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Kylie, will you pull the vote, please?
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Borges?
No.
Supervisor Starkey?
Yes.
Supervisor Howard?
Yes.
Chair Short?
Yes. Okay, thank you all for being here. A lot of time this morning spent on that. We're well behind on our agenda items.
Take a break?
I will say as we clear the room, let's take a break for 5 minutes and reconvene at 1300, 1 o'clock. running a bit late for our reconvene time. If we could get back to the orders of the day. Okay, going to reconvene this meeting and move on to our 10:25 timed item, and that is our general public comment period. Members of the public may address the board on matters which are within the jurisdiction of the board. If you're addressing the board regarding a matter listed on the agenda, you will be asked to hold your comments until the board takes up that matter. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. Is there any general public comment? Yes.
Oh, I can do that.
Yeah, regarding everything we just heard, I have concern that Daphne Cortez Lambert physically assaulted me. And we're talking about violence and domestic violence against women, and she should have been arrested for that, as was Janet Altman for committing felony assault with me and hitting me with her vehicle, which your DA decided not to prosecute. And also about the police violence and COINTELPRO violence that is occurring towards me. It seems like money has taken precedence, or many people are being bribed. But I can prove that Daphne Cortez Lambert assaulted me. So the hate society has been socially engineered to have against me should be directed towards the FBI, police, and COINTELPRO. This is a dire, critical time in American and world history, as human rights and crimes against humanity are being committed, and the world is watching. The country is watching, and they're letting it happen. And some of the assumptions made about homeless people are shocking to me. And a man talked about using the restroom in public, and I talked to Eric Weir about that, like why we don't have bathrooms available to homeless people, because it's going to be different for a woman to urinate versus a man. A man can just pee in a bottle, a woman cannot, obviously. So the American people are being lied to about me. And everything in general they think about me is not true. These are paid for, manufactured, constructed narratives, and UC Davis is a critical part of that. And I've talked about the concept of linkability from Citizen4. I have been lied about so profusely, and I would argue, let's use nanobiotech brain-to-computer interface on Janet, on Daphne Cortez Lambert, on the people who are speaking against me, on the FBI, on the police, on anyone who has spoken against me, anyone who's been paid, that they've made up, bribed, intimidated, rewarded, all persons related to this. Well, that would solve everything, wouldn't it? And let's have a global televised debate. I'm not afraid to do that. You know, at UC Davis, I went to talk to Professor Charles Walker for assistance to discuss the kidnapping with me and the COINTELPRO terrorism occurring towards me. And there was a man there. He looked like a Washington man, and he walked by me grinning and smiling. That's the brain experimenter. That's one of the ones, including Craig, at Thomas McClintock's office. So there's proof that Thomas McClintock's office has participated. And these people, I say, let's advocate to nanobiotech BCI them. That would be without them enduring the long-term domestic terrorism, torture, shock and trauma, years of daily psych ops and provocation, oppression, psych warfare, brain mind control tactics, police violence and assault that I've endured.
Thank you.
That's a hard one to follow. So, what I learned from this last process that we had for the last, God knows how many hours, I can't count, is that an ad hoc, thank you, committee seems to be a way of not informing the public. So, because it's just not transparent enough, I don't think. You folks are our representatives, and each one of you go to various meetings throughout the month. And then you're supposed to report out. And so this probably could have been something that should have been reported out to prevent all this confusion and concerns from the public, there should be stipulations at least after granting all that money. I mean, it's needed. I'm not saying anything bad for this program. I think it's fantastic. But, you know, there are concerns about the replacing the commercial zone with nonprofit. So our revenue, our ability to make revenue seems to be going down the tubes. We're depending more and more on federal and state dollars. That's concerning because people will stop coming here eventually if we don't get things going for this economy. And I mean, I'm really disappointed with people not reporting out and letting us know so we can get ahead of the game before it is confronted for 3 hours. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to be clear, we have had the news media at the ad hoc committee.
I'm sorry?
We've had the news media at the ad hoc committee meetings. We've
So
had,
is it open to the public?
so.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Is there any other public comment?
I have a hand raised online, Chair.
Okay, let's go ahead with that one.
Brandon, you are on.
Yeah, good afternoon. Just really quickly, you know, so many committees and so many meetings, and the county calendar is just not updated. And, you know, that's great that there's town halls, but the town has to be notified that something's happening. And for you to just approve a plan without a plan, and I understand that money is available, but it's almost like you're pimping out your constituents and selling our livelihoods and the standard of living in Del Norte to the highest bidder. And the state does not manage money well now. That's why they're in the deficit. And you're following foot and step in that direction. So I just implore you to find your influence and make things better, please. Thank you.
I don't have any more online, Chair.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and close the general public comment period at this time and move on to our 10:30 timed item. That is receive a final report presentation from Federal Engineering on the OES Communications Interoperability Project.
I don't have any idea if they're even on still.
We are.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry for the delay.
I wouldn't blame
No
you
worries.
for not being there. Thank you for hanging on with us. I know it was a long time.
Absolutely, our pleasure. So we'll just get this going here. Do you guys see our presentation up on your screen?
Yes, we do.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for the opportunity to present our findings to the Board of Supervisors. So we've come twice before to the board on the first two phases, and I'll recap that here in a minute. But this is for the phase 3 of our work that we've done for the county, and this is our recommendations and implementation. So I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Rajit Javer, Director of Operations with Federal Engineering. I've been in the industry for over 23 years, been with the with Federal Engineering for 15 of those years. And basically my role has been to provide oversight and guidance to our project team, led by David Termosazen, who's our project manager. You'll be hearing from him here shortly. Then we have Luis Camarillo. He's our land mobile radio lead consultant, and you'll hear from him as well as Chuck Burdan, our public safety answering point senior consultant, our PSAP senior consultant. So the agenda for this afternoon is really to recap what we've done on the project to date. And then I'll be turning it over to my team to go over the land mobile radio recommendations. We have some very actionable recommendations on that. We have a dispatch center related recommendations we're going to go over. We'll look at potential funding sources for the county to access in order to perhaps make some of these recommendations happen. And we'll also go through an implementation timeframe and then wrap up the presentation. So to date, for phase one of the project, we did an assessment of the existing systems. So we collected a whole bunch of documentation that was provided by the county and reviewed it to get up to speed on the system in place in Del Norte County. We also conducted user interviews on site with 10 agencies to get their feedback and understand what works for them currently with the public safety communications and what doesn't. And we were able to then develop high-level needs and requirements based on that information. And we released a report to the board back in March of this year, and we did a board presentation on that material at the end of March of this year. At that time, the board then gave the authorization to proceed to phase 2 and 3. And with phase 2, we did a evaluation and gap analysis. That analysis was really focused on, again, the radio system, the coverage it provides, and the capacity and spectrum. And it also focused on interoperability with neighboring jurisdictions and other public safety entities, as well as governance and dispatch staffing. And we released that report in September and did the board presentation directly after that. So roughly about 2.5 months ago. And here we are, phase 3, which is the culmination of all this effort that kind of built upon each phase. And this phase will really be targeted at the recommendations we want to provide the board and the county. We have a total of 8 findings that are documented in our report, but we're going to really focus on the top 3 priorities for purposes of this presentation. The first one is the relocation of equipment off of Red Mountain. The second one is to update system equipment and subscriber radios. And the third was to improve dispatch services. So we've developed a project budget implementation plan, and we've also identified potential funding sources. And I'm going to turn it over to Louis now to start to walk through those recommendations.
Yes, thank you, Rajit. And based on our analysis from the previous 2 reports that were just described, as well as the task associated with this report, our top prioritized recommendation on the land mobile radio side is the replacement of Red Mountain. The county is required to move off of Red Mountain, and with Cal OES identifying the replacement sites as Rattlesnake Peak, Blue Lagoon, and unfortunately, due to their geographic location, the replacement sites together result in decreased radio coverage. Therefore, at a minimum, we recommend that RICOA be a 3rd site to fill in the coverage gap. Next slide. The high-level cost estimate for the Red Mountain replacement is $370K, and this includes new repeaters, antenna systems, and control stations. The cost estimate also reflects a number of assumptions, including non-discounted pricing. This is P25 capable equipment for that interoperability, as Rajit mentioned, as well as includes implementation services, spares of 5%, sales tax of 8.25%, and contingency of 20%. And I think it's important to note that the report contains 15 pages of detailed line item pricing to support these high-level costs. So the second recommendation on the land mobile radio side is replacement of the existing RF radio equipment and subscriber equipment. That is the end user devices, the mobiles, the portable radios. And this is due to our analysis that the equipment is at the end of its product life cycle. There's limited or no support from the manufacturers, as well as parts availability. And also with an aging system is degraded performance. And the high-level costs for replacement of the countywide radio systems that serve the sheriff's office and fire agencies is $600K. And there are also a number of local or tactical repeaters in use by Gasky, Smith River, and Fort Dick fire protection districts, and that has a cost of $300K. Next slide. We had a detailed inventory of equipment, subscriber equipment in the previous phases. And so we developed that project budget for replacement of subscriber equipment for law agencies as well as county OES. And that has a price tag of $570K. And the agencies involved there include CCPD, Sheriff's Office, Search and Rescue, County OES, as well as Harbor District. And then similarly, we have a breakdown in the report for a number of fire agencies, including Crescent City, Smith River, Fort Dick, Klamath, and Gasky Fire Protection Districts with a cost estimate of $870K. And I will turn it over to Chuck.
Okay, thank you, Luis. For the dispatch center, there's several issues that need to be addressed. The first one is staffing. The current staffing is 1 or 2 dispatchers on duty, depending upon paid time off that people are using. In any dispatch center, regardless of where it is or how large it is, a single dispatcher on duty is a safety concern. For them to be by themselves and have no surge capacity to work with. So the recommendation is to increase staffing for 2 dispatchers at all times. Having said that, we recognize that there is a current difficulty in attracting qualified candidates for open positions. This is a nationwide problem. It's not limited to Del Norte County or Northern California. Attracting qualified candidates to open dispatch positions is a like I said, a nationwide problem. Recommendations in the report encompass making some revisions to the recruitment and hiring process to make sure that you've attracted the most qualified candidates from not just Del Norte County, but from outside the county, where you might find people that are willing to move into Del Norte County for jobs. And the professional associations for dispatching, so that people from across the nation can understand that there are jobs available here in Northern California. The cost of this is going to be at the discretion and approval of the county based on how they want to do the staffing and how much of this attracting the qualified candidates they want to proceed with. Another part of attracting qualified candidates is improving dispatcher compensation. Salaries are for dispatchers are in the lower bracket in the region. They are one of the lowest from the surrounding counties and in Southern Oregon. So the recommendation is to look at a plan to increase the dispatch staff's wages to be competitive with other dispatch centers in the area. This doesn't have to happen overnight. This can be a planned increase over a period of months or years. The second finding is once you've got somebody there and you're paying them a decent wage, you need to make sure that they want to stay. Dispatchers were not happy or not going to stay where they are. So our recommendation is to take a look at job tasks that allow dispatchers to learn more aspects of their job and not just sit there and answer the phone on a 12-hour shift and not have some other job enrichments and the ability to learn and to improve that will go a long ways towards attracting and keeping people. Consoles, as with the rest of the radio system, the existing radio consoles are at their end of service life. The CAD system was at the time we did our work, was at the end of life. I understand now that a new CAD system has been purchased and they're working towards that implementation or have done that implementation. So that's one thing that's already been done. But the radio consoles need to be replaced with modern equipment and a review of what channels that are available to the dispatchers, and a new configuration needs to be done to make sure it's the most efficient and interoperable operation possible. We estimate the radio console replacements will be around $80,000 for those Motorola units. As I said, the CAD has already been acquired. So this is a little bit of an old slide, just that when we did all our work back in the earlier part of this year, it had not been done at the time. So this is already been completed or is in process of being completed. Probably a big visible piece of this is the dispatch center location. The dispatch center is located in the sheriff's office today. The building itself is not seismically reinforced, so it is susceptible to seismic damage if we were to have an earthquake. And we all know that's a definite possibility in Northern California. It's also in the tsunami hazard zone, and would have to be evacuated if there was a report of a tsunami headed towards Crescent City. So that's probably not a good thing for emergency dispatch to be one of the first victims, if you will, of an evacuation, is to get them out of there. Obviously, the solution is to relocate the dispatch center to a new facility outside the tsunami hazard zone. And, that includes parts of the city of Crescent City. There just happened to be, the sheriff's office just happens to be in the inundation area, unfortunately. There are areas in Crescent City and in the county also that could be used to build a new center. However, this is a very expensive part of it. New building startup costs, can be in the $3 to $4 million, and with an annual maintenance cost of somewhere in the area of 1.25 million. So this is not a cheap solution, but it's probably one that needs to be considered because of the tsunami hazard and the seismic hazards as well.
Okay, thanks, Chuck. This is David Timmerzazen. So the report also identifies a number of opportunities where grant opportunities that need to be reviewed and considered. There are a number, as this shows you, there are 12. However, we cannot apply for all 12 at once. They are very timely. So they only open and close at certain times once, the funding is available. So we are still contracted to do that, to prepare at least one grant application. So we will work with the team. We'll identify the one which gives you the best chance and opportunity of winning that grant, and we'll prepare that application and submit it timely. But as I said, it's all about time as to when they open and when we can actually do that. The other opportunity for funding sources is vendor financing. Many times, the vendor does offer financing as well. So it's over a period of time, over 5 years, whatever the period can be, depending on the extent of the equipment purchased. So that is a mechanism which can be considered as well. Should you move ahead with the equipment replacement. Okay, next one, Chuck. So what I've done here is I've actually developed a schedule just to show the rough outline as to the durations that it could take. I did not assume that one was a higher priority than the other, or which one could be done at first, second, or third in sequence. So the assumption here is this is just a straight start and stop for each recommendation, and obviously do not expect that they're going to be done in parallel, but just with the same starting point as to what that duration would be. So that's just that's how it's shown here. So the Red Mountain replacement, stay there, please, John. So the Red Mountain replacement, is underway, but still there needs to be something done about the gap in the coverage provided by the two new sites, and there is still a big loss of coverage from the Red Mountain. So Rekwa, which is an existing site, could be I won't say the easiest and quickest, but it is existing, so your costs on that are less for that third site. So that would help get the coverage up to a more respectable level than what it was. The second recommendation timeline is on the purchasing of the new equipment. Not sure what your procurement process would be or method, the tool that you'll do to do that. But just wanted to give you some timelines and some sequential tasks showing what is the sequence that you need to follow. I'm sure it's pretty standard, but I just wanted to give you some overall duration as to what that could be. I think the bigger challenge will be is the actual lead time for once the orders have been placed. We've seen delivery times be delayed and due to supply chain challenges, but it is definitely getting better. So hopefully it's not too extensive at the time that you do move ahead. The last recommendation is on the dispatch services. Some of the actual the improvement in the dispatchers services is it's hard to define exactly how that could be. I showed it as just as a 6-month period, but could take some time to process and get the approvals and all that in place. But that was just a rough estimate. And then the remaining tasks were again more typical of what we've experienced, just to do the equipment installed and go through acceptance. So just wanted to give you an overall timeline as to and the sequence of tasks that need to be followed on each of those recommendations. Okay. So that's all we have. Appreciate the opportunity of working with the county. It's been just about a year now. We engaged, I think, in November last year. We've had some slower periods and challenges working with the team due to the fires that you had. They're obviously out of your control, but so the target was always to complete this project by the end of the year. I believe we've done that. However, it's just, as I said, the one grant application we still needs to be done, but that's out of everyone's hands and control. That's just a timely basis. So it has been a good opportunity. Appreciate working with the team. We've had good cooperation and support along the way. So thank you very much. And if there's anything further that's needed, obviously we're a phone call away. So I will stay in touch with the team until that grant application is completed and submitted. So appreciate the opportunity of talking to the board today. So thank you.
Thank you very much for being here and giving us the presentation and identifying the grant opportunities. Appreciate that. Any questions for comments? Oh, Supervisor Starkey.
You said on that third site that you have an estimate of 370. Is that just for the 2 sites, and that does not include that third potential that we need?
Lewis, can you talk to that?
Yes, let me bring up the Red Mountain replacement does include the third site. It includes the 2 identified by Cal OES, which is Rattlesnake and Big Lagoon, as well as our recommended third site of Rigqua. So yes, the answer is yes, it does include.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then we get the one shot at a grant with you. Is there a grant that can cover the majority of these things, or is the one grant going to just replace the transmitters? Walk me through a little bit about our grant options. Is there something out there that can get us the most of this completed?
Typically, each grant is targeted, so and that's what we'll look at from a dollar perspective and what kind of funding is available. But for example, there could be subscriber grants, that'd be the radio, the actual radios. There could be grants targeting more of the dispatch, or the grants that are targeting a multitude of maybe the radio items collectively, that being the site equipment as well as potential radios. Grant options, even though there's a number of different types of grants, what we'll be looking at is what type of funding is typically available with each one, because there might be some grants that are more inclusive, but they typically have a smaller payout, so to speak. So we'll be investigating that to try and get the best bang for the buck for the county.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wilson.
I have to question your study here, because my understanding from Cal OES was that with the replacement of those Red Mountain Tower, that we would have no degradation or loss according to their study. And you're saying that we're actually going to lose some coverage. Is that correct?
So yes, Big Lagoon is outside the county boundary. So maybe for their service area, they do not anticipate any coverage loss. However, it does result in decreased coverage for the county, within the county, for service areas covered by fire and sheriff's office.
Yeah, I kind of figured we would lose coverage with Red Mountain being gone. Since Red Mountain was supposed to be decommissioned, was 22, and they're obviously not off there. How long are they going to continue to do? We have any estimate on OES's continuing occupation of Red Mountain?
The timeline was not provided to us as far as the dates that the county would need to vacate that site.
And that again brings it back to it, because as far as I know, they're not even very far in their build out of any of these location sites. In fact, several have just changed sites from the one Big Lagoon site is relatively new, because they're still fighting for placement of these sites. So in the interim, is it possible for us to continue to replace that old equipment on Red Mountain with newer equipment?
The answer is yes, but there would be duplication of costs, because then the remobilization or the relocation of that equipment is just going to require a second round of services from, a vendor to relocate the equipment. You would be able to leverage the capital cost investment in the equipment, but just the services would need to be, procured again for that relocation.
I appreciate that, because in the interim, I think the longer we can remain and stay at Red Mountain and utilize the coverage that is obviously advantageous for that location, it is in the best interest of public safety to continue to do so, and as well as, as long as that equipment could be transferred when necessary and needed, whether it be to Requa or Rattlesnake or Big Lagoon. The other partner is really not for you. It's really just to magnify the point that you're making, is that dispatch is in dire need. It's long overdue that the county emergency operations center, dispatch center, that should be a separate entity outside of the sheriff's office. It should be a county-wide entity. Far too long have those utilizers not been contributing to or paying their fair share for the utilization of dispatch services and communication services. Yes, it is in the right now where it's located, it is in the tsunami run-up zone. But to that point, 2 blocks further south from there is the 911 hub that comes into Verizon and now Frontier. So it's in the run-up zone. So again, we're going to have problems just generally in a location in the 911 hubs, the lines that come into our county, let alone where our current dispatch is located. Those are things that need to be addressed. I think they're seriously problems that need to be looked at. We definitely should have 2 dispatchers on at all times, call givers, call takers. It would make not only the hiring and retention of those dispatchers far easier to do, because the stress on those jobs are extreme. The skill set necessary to actually work in there is something very unique. Very few people have it. It takes 19 weeks just to train a dispatcher to be able to be utilized in that area. And that does not cover the requests that we have from our other service providers that they be trained in medical and other dispatch services. So it's a problem. It's something that we should be looking at seriously as this report does detail. But the solution, I don't have it here, not in their report. How we address it, I'm not sure, but it's definitely something in our long-term strategy planning. Hopefully we can address some of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. And before we finish, Sheriff Scott's in the room. Just wanted to give you the opportunity if you had any questions or comments as far as this presentation goes. No, looks like you're good. Okay. Good. Thank you. Thank you, Sheriff. Appreciate that. All right, fellas, again, thank you for your presentation and answering the questions.
It was our pleasure. Thank you for the opportunity.
Well, I do need to open this up for public comment, and we do have one in the room. So if you wouldn't mind hanging on for just a short minute more.
Sure.
Thank you, Dave, for keeping me on track.
Hi, Dave Powell. Just an ignorant question, I'm sure. And this may be an apples and oranges thing, but I noticed on your list of entities using the system that the Highway Patrol is not involved. Is that by intent, or is there equipment that they need to buy, or what? I don't know.
They have their own system.
So they don't interact with ours at all?
No.
Okay, good, thanks.
Thanks, Dave. All righty. Thank you very much for being here, and again, thank you for the presentation. Have a Merry Christmas.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Happy holidays.
Same to you guys.
Okay. Next on our timed item is our 10:45 timed item, and that's adjourning as the Board of Supervisors and reconvene as the Board of Equalization and conduct an appearance not timely confirmed hearing per the Del Norte County Board of Equalization, Local Rules, Section 8.4, for an assessment appeal filed by Angelica Diaz Infante. And, yeah, I hope that's correct. Heidi, do we have anybody to lead us on this one?
It's not Heidi, it's the assessor's office with me.
Oh, it's you. It's all,
yeah,
okay.
I'm not sure if the applicant is here or not.
Is the applicant in the room? It does not appear so.
No, and so if the applicant is not here in person, then you guys can Brantley, correct me if I'm wrong, you guys can vote as, to uphold the assessor's value for failure to appear. Brantley, am I? Okay.
Okay. Is there any discussion among the board members? Do we have any public comment on this item? See no public comment. I'll bring it back to the board for a motion or.
I'll move to approve the assessor's value on this. I guess, is that the right term?
Yeah. Yeah.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Anything further? Kylie, would you pull the vote, please?
Supervisor Starkey?
Yes.
Supervisor Howard?
Yes.
Supervisor Borges?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Chair Short?
Yes. Okay. Now our 11 o'clock timed item. Approve and adopt an ordinance for text amendments to.
You just have to adjourn as the Board of Equalization and then
that's
reconvene
right.
as the board. Sorry.
That is actually on the next.
It is on the next
item.
one.
Kylie tries to keep me in line, but I missed that. We are adjourning as the Board of Equalization and reconvening as the Board of Supervisors. And we're going to look into approving and adopting an ordinance for text amendments to Del Norte County Code Title 20, which is zoning in the non-coastal zone based on the adopted housing element, and find that the ordinance is exempt from review under the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to section 15061B3 of CEQA guidelines as requested by the Director of Community Development. Hi, Heidi.
Good afternoon. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have about any individual items. I did know from reviewing it, a second, third check on it, that I had several typos, or 3 different items, 2 typos, and then another one that something was placed in the wrong category, which I'd like to correct.
Outstanding. So would you like to they're just typographical type of errors?
I'll go through each one of them. The first one is in section 37, which has to do with our C1 neighborhood commercial zone district. In the permitted uses, somehow the social halls, fraternal lodges, churches, and schools got pushed up to that as being a permitted use, and it should have remained below under a use permit requirement. So I would recommend that we remove D and then keep that particular activity as a conditional use. Section 41, which is 20, which is for our C3 zone district for permitted uses, we need to re-letter. There was a missing space. On section 43, 20.29.03, there was an extra F hanging at the bottom that I'd like to remove. Just
okay, that seems pretty easy stuff. Is there any questions or comments from the board? Okay, I'll open this up for public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll close it, bring it back to the board.
Move to approve and adopt.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? No? Kylie?
Supervisor Howard?
Yes.
Supervisor Starkey?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Borges?
Yes.
Chair Short?
Yes. Okay, item 25 under general government. Review the findings of the engineering and traffic survey performed on Boulder Avenue as requested by the board on November 21st. And 2, discuss and direct the county engineer on possible implementation of a new speed limit on Boulder Avenue. John, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. Per your request, we've performed a speed and traffic study on Boulder Avenue. The California Vehicle Code, along with the California Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, sets very specific limits and ways on how you're to do these traffic studies. So what we did is we went out and we were able to survey a total of 50 cars over the course of 2 days. And what we found and how the vehicle code establishes the speed limit, it says you need to look at how 85% of the people are driving at a specific speed or less than that speed. And that's where you ought to set the speed limit unless there's some extenuating circumstances. What we found in our study was that that 85th percentile was 39.5 miles per hour. So the current speed limit's set at 40. The traffic study says, okay, it looks like it should probably be set at 40. There was one area inside the vehicle code where it says, hey, if you are allowed to round down 5 miles per hour and still make that an enforceable speed limit. So since the finding was at 39.5, I can make justification to lower that speed limit down to 35. Some of the questions that came up were, hey, isn't this a residential zone? Shouldn't it be established at 25 miles per hour? And while it meets the density for residential zone, there are certain conditions inside the rules that say, well, if your house is set back so far, then it doesn't count towards that density. So based on my findings, I can justify either the existing 40 mile per hour speed limit or a reduction down to 35 miles per hour. And then one other thing that we found was that there's no speed limit sign on the west side of Boulder for those that are traveling east. And so we ought to correct that one way or the other. And to my knowledge, there's never been one there. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions from supervisors? Supervisor Borges?
The residents wanted 25, correct? That's what their hopes were. And just so we put it out there, as a board, we could put it at 25, but with doing that, there's zero enforcement available, right? So it would be be like throwing any number we want out, right?
Yeah, that's correct. We can establish any speed limit we want, but without a speed study, it's not enforceable. It's actually in the vehicle code, it calls it a speed trap, where you're setting an unrealistically low speed limit.
Thank you, Supervisor Borges.
My only question is that this current speed limit, according to the board report, it was established by a county ordinance.
It was.
So does that mean it's a speed trap now?
I don't know about how those were originally established, if there was a engineering survey that went along with that. So.
But you feel comfortable now that we've done a road study that the 35 miles per hour could be enforceable?
I'm willing to turn this draft report into a final report that says 35 miles per hour at the board's direction.
Okay, and I do believe that maybe one of the residents is online, so he might want to weigh in.
Just so, Supervisor Wilson, did you have anything?
No, I'm aware of the process, and again, you can, you can't go down to the 25 and make it at all enforceable because of the way that those speeds are determined and set, unless you have you meet the requirements of that residential, and technically we just don't at this point in time. My only question is this was obviously an impetus from complaints or by, usually it's either by complaints or by accidents or some other impact that has occurred over a period of time that show that that there is a speed problem in that area for us to do these kinds of things. Mm-hmm. Where are we in that process? What generated this thing to be done?
Yeah, so what I have here is there was a petition from the property owners, and I think it's signed by, looks like pretty much everybody on Boulder. I didn't do an actual count, but I got a page and a half of signatures. So they were all aware of it. In initial conversations with Mitch Jones, who was the proponent of this, I said, hey, we can go out and do our speed tubes, and that's not an official traffic study. And our speed tubes came back at 85th percentile, 39 miles an hour. And I said, if we do another study, it's most likely to stay the same, or if you guys drive fast, it might up the limit too. I mean, that's a reality. So
it's always been a risk of doing a speed study. You might find out that your speeds are supposed to be actually more than what it is.
Yeah.
So I was kind of impressed with the accuracy of the numbers that came up with the study we did. Pretty encouraging to me to find that we just don't have a speed limit sign on that side of the road. So yeah, we definitely need to fix that.
I
But,
do have one more question, if you don't mind,
Okay.
Chair. If we today, by ordinance, reduce it to 35 miles per hour, in June, when the Board of Supervisors has options to reduce it even more by 5, would we then be able to reduce it to 30?
It's possible. The technical reading of and I'll defer to our attorney a little bit on this one.
There would have to be another traffic survey, and then the board could lower it 5 from that. It seems like if you did another traffic survey, it would probably turn out to be 40 again,
Yeah.
but I mean.
Yeah, and then there was another thing that the attorney brought up, which was considering it a safety corridor. And basically, that's another special designation. It has to be based on number of collisions, and it has to be, one of the highest collision rates in the community. And it's just, we're not there. We've had 3 or 4 collisions over the past 3 years, and I was looking at 2019, 20, and 21 Switter's data. So.
I saw the 3 collisions on the report, and I was like, I don't ever remember going to
Yeah.
collision on Boulder with the fire.
Yeah,
department,
somebody
but,
drove off the road, one
I don't-
alcohol-related
I don't go
one.
to everything, but.
Yeah.
Any other comments from?
No, I lived in that area for a good number of years, and yeah, and just like Parkway, you just have those occasional 15%, basically that overtax and overdrive, and they're annoying as heck, and they are a risk, but unfortunately, it's not the majority of drivers.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open this up for public comment. John, thank you very much. Is there any public comment on this item? None online, Kylie?
I'm not
Okay,
seeing any.
I'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back. No.
Too late.
We have the Zoom option. Yeah. So I'll go ahead and close public comment on this item and bring it back to the board for a motion or further discussion, if so needed.
Well, I would like to consider what the residents of this road want. So I am wanting to make the motion to direct the county engineer on possible implementation of a new speed limit on Boulder Avenue, and that to be 35 miles per hour.
Is there a second?
And I will second that, but can I add the fact that we enforce, or we add the additional sign onto that? I know it was kind of put in there, but just to make sure it's worded in there.
Absolutely.
And then I'll second it.
Okay.
I would like to make a substitute motion in that we first add the sign and determine if that fixes the problem. Because if people are coming from the west side, turning onto Boulder, that's probably the most active side. People don't even know what the speed limit is on the road. It's my reasoning. So I would submit that motion.
I'm a little confused. You want us to add the sign of 40 miles per hour?
Yes.
And then see how it
I would,
goes?
yes, I would like to add the correct sign for the accurate speed that the report reflected.
Okay, but if I could just argue, is that...
That's what we're here
for. I know. The medium speed, it came down to 39 miles per hour, 39.4. So adding a 40 mile per hour sign, what do you think that will accomplish?
That was the 85th percentile. You still have a few cars that were over that.
Right.
So
I
the-
see.
The
So
15% that are going over that, I would hope to correct that by actually having an informative sign from the west side.
yeah.
And then in June, we can come and look at it again.
I'd like to also argue with you, I guess.
Okay.
I mean, I know you're out and about all the time on these calls and stuff, and I mean, are you remembering what Boulder looks like? I mean, that is a very short stretch, a very narrow road, ditches on both sides, and to try to leave that at 40, I think any opportunity that we can lower it, even if it's only the 35 instead of the 25, I think that's huge. And putting the extra sign of the 35 would benefit all the neighbors who, every single one has signed a petition that they have a problem with it. And so I would strongly encourage to at least do the 35 and a new sign. That's my argument.
And that's, if nobody seconds this motion, then we'll be
Say,
fine.
we haven't had a second to my motion. Is there a second? Is there a second to the substitute motion? There's not one, so that one dies. So we will rule on the first.
Well, I'll second your motion.
Oh,
Wait, whose motion?
Now you're messing up Kylie's.
No, I seconded Valerie's already. Or Supervisor Starkey's. Yeah.
okay, so clarification.
So what?
Dean,
what,
are you,
Yeah, I was going to say.
Dean,
yeah.
Dean
Dean
needs
intended
lunch.
to second Valerie's motion, but Supervisor
Not-
Borges had already done it.
okay, I
Yeah,
was making sure
so-
he didn't want to second your motion at the last second. Okay.
Nobody wants to second my motion.
Nobody does.
Okay. We've taken public comment, so let's go ahead and pull the vote.
Supervisor Howard.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Borges.
Yes.
Supervisor Starkey.
Yes.
Chair Short.
No. Okay.
All right, so for clarity, what we'll do is we'll be bringing back an ordinance to the board at a future date. So,
Thank you very much, John.
yep. Thank you.
Right. Right. Stay away from the 40. Okay, moving on to item 26, approve and adopt the attached ordinance amending the Delaware County Code, Chapter 7.65, to continue participation in the Multi-County Partnership Health Plan of California Commission, as requested by the Director of Department of Health and Human Services. I'm going to open this up for public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none. Kylie, any online? No? Close the public comment period and bring it back to the board for
A motion to approve.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Are you all right, Kylie?
What?
Are you, sorry, I misunderstood what you were doing there. We're ready to pull the vote.
Supervisor Howard.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Borges.
Yes.
Supervisor Starkey.
Yes.
Chair Short.
Yes. Okay. Item 27, approve and adopt the resolution to set tax rates for cannabis retail and manufacturing transactions within the range approved by voters in Measure B for calendar year 2024. I'll start by opening this up to public comment. Is there any public comment on this item?
Chair, I just wanted to mention, after I pulled the vote, a hand went up. So I don't know if it's for,
I closed the
yeah,
public
okay, I
comment
just wanted to
period,
throw
so
that out there. So this is for the cannabis rates,
This is
correct?
for the cannabis
Okay.
resolution.
Robert, you are on.
Hello, it's Robert Durigo. You know, I had Sticky Grove there along the highway, and I noticed with the funding for one of these issues. You know, someone cited that the dispensary had posted on Facebook, that they weren't going to continue. So I looked up the post, and I just wanted to start with that. And I think this is my problem on how I don't get very far with government. But I suppose, April 14th will be the last day for Sticky Grove. For years now, we've had to hold hands with county politicians, and there's some slimy hands. Last year, the county set the tax rate as high as they could, as they always have against me, I believe, in favor of city competitors. And that's where I left off there with that. And it was a longer post, but I'm just going to leave it there. But I'd like to suggest that, there's an option. The county can recuse themselves from it and, establish a board or have county staff set the tax rate. And I just think that would be fair, because I know you're all politically inclined to think less on taxes. And I'd explained to you over the years why it affected me even more, not being able to write off labor and things like that, and having competitors in the city that didn't go through annual processes. I asked you to change the ordinance in that regard. And overall, with all the sales tax and all, in some years I'd brought you $100,000 in taxes, and but it was, no matter what, you would have got something out of it. You get 2% out of the sales tax, you get a piece of the regular sales tax, you get the measure tax, there's 15% excise tax. You can't write anything off, so you end up paying massive income taxes. So no matter what, like, the government was doing really well with it. And I think last year Joel threw out there for you that, because he realized you guys don't discuss it, and so it's weird to wonder why you set the tax rates you did. And so he threw out, well, the tribe, we'd have to be fair and match the tribe, but the tribe doesn't sell cannabis. But I think he wanted to throw you a bone to stop you from not discussing your reasoning why you're taxing cannabis. And I think you should set it as low as possible since you have no businesses there, The harbor kind of runs things like that too. And they're like, well, we don't have any income on our RV parks. And it's like, well, how'd that happen? So you want to stimulate business. It's cheaper to do business in Roseville, Sacramento, San Francisco. You can get better rates on rentals sometimes. So people who want to do business here should be supported because it usually is for a kind of an interest of serving small community and whatnot. Because otherwise, like I finally figured out after 20 years, it's, maybe we do an online business or something. But I think you guys should surrender the assignment of the tax to somebody who didn't have the relationship we had on email and whatnot for years.
Hey, Robert, your time has expired, but hang on just a minute. Supervisor Howard has a question.
At the risk of making you into your own worst enemy here, Robert, I do want to engage you in this discussion because you have, as you've stated, had this discussion with the board for many years now, and it's been your position that the tax that the board has levied has basically put you at an unfair competitive advantage. If this tax did not exist, which is what we're currently considering here today, for this retail piece, would you still be in business?
Yes. In fact, we had been through this in 1 year, and I said, if you guys would give it to a youth group or a homeless service even, just dedicated it to something outside the general fund or lowered it to help business stay in the community, I would still be operating. And in fact, I still have an annual license pending with the state, But yeah, I thought that election year I really got you guys. In fact, that was even in the post that that year I got two of you to motion to lower it. But yeah, obviously, there's once you end up in this small margin business where you're competing, a 6% difference is hard to take. And plus the annual hearings were hard. I would start to slim down my inventory.
You're the only cannabis business that retails in the county. And basically you have good, at least anecdotal evidence that your business is left for businesses in the city limits that don't have a tax on retail cannabis. I'm just trying to get this clear. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's 100% correct. It became a disadvantage. I could keep going, but to start to think that maybe half of what you're going for, goes in a bag of money that you're scared to even bring into the county, tax person every 3 months. And then I wasn't able to get you guys to rewrite, you guys could rewrite the ordinance, not the tax part, but you could rewrite the part where you go through annual hearings, because every year that was an emotional shocker to wonder if you'd get a third vote out of that group, because I only ever really got 3 votes out of the planning commission. And so every year I would plan to close. I would start to, the one thing you have in retail and business really is buying power. And I would shut off my buying power right before 420.
Thank you, Robert.
And slim out my inventory in case I didn't get my votes. And changing the ordinance and limiting the tax disadvantage would have
Mr. Chairman.
Kept me going. Yes.
He can't hear you. That's right.
Yep. Thank you, Robert. I do appreciate your time on this. I did want to bring this up as a discussion once we got back to the board having the discussion, because maybe I don't know who this is the best question to, and I don't want to put individuals there on the spot. Joel has brought this to our attention in the past. Is there a mechanism within our ordinance to split the rates per se on retail versus processing versus cultivation?
I just took a look at the measure that was passed, and as far as the retail, you can set it anywhere between 2 and 6%, and as far as the manufacturing, anywhere between 1 and 3%, based on the wording, what was passed by the voters with Measure B.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
And when was these ordinances brought before the board for approval? Roughly before my time, but
4 years ago now?
Measure B was passed in 2018, and then I know it was a long process going forward after that.
2 years after that before we had anything.
is there any appetite of the board to kind of maybe relook at it and make sure that we're all still on
Well,
the
that's
same?
why I
Okay.
brought this up, Supervisor Starkey, is to look at this. I mean, Robert has argued this consistently every year. We obviously have locations in town. I don't necessarily want to try to set a mechanism below the 2%. I don't think we can either, because it's in our ordinance voted upon. But we do, I think, need to take a strong look at this if truly this is a factor. Even though anecdotal, I don't have any other information. Maybe Barbara could add to it, but I don't know. It's worth a shot. We're at an unfair advantage potentially with the city.
I don't know that there is anything that can be done without going back to the voters. That probably would be Jackie's purview. But yeah, it's always been the highest. And we don't have, I don't believe, I haven't even received any applications or interest from the planning department for anything new coming in. Our revenue for last year was about $58,000. That included the Elk Valley Rancheria's portion, and then 2 years ago was $85,000. So this year it's going to be zero at this point, which it's not a huge amount.
It wasn't the intent, I guess it wasn't the intent of the voters by passing the ordinance that set the rates to put these places out of business, right? I'm going to assume that. And I know we all have strong feelings on this because we debated it for, oh, some of us debated it for 2 years.
2 years or more, yeah.
But, I mean, six.
Six
max.
Both are max, the retail and max. 6 and 3, I believe it is.
And I don't know if it's too late. I don't know if it's too late to make the change that would allow an individual to stay in business, but I'd certainly, I've certainly heard this long enough to know that it's possibly worth a try. And maybe it's not for this individual, but maybe for another that has the interest in opening up a retail business. But somehow, if this is the case, we have to make ourselves more competitive.
Any other comments or questions from the board? We've already had public comment, so a motion would be appropriate at this time. No, Barb?
I think 1 year we waited till the actual first of the calendar year to come up with a tax rate. If we want to table it till next meeting to stew on it a little bit. I don't know if that helps come up with something.
Yeah, at the risk of extending it out, I do love the idea behind that because obviously we've exhausted people's energies today, and there might be some people that Mr. Dorigo could bring in or others that might have some interest that can provide feedback to the board. And I do want this to be as transparent a process as possible to inform the board. But I mean, I would be leaning, as you could tell, towards a lower rate to allow it to be a little bit more competitive within the county and not lose any opportunity for this type of business to exist.
So was that the motion to continue?
My motion would be to table this till, what's the date on that?
January 12th.
January, yeah.
Yeah, and at this point we don't have any operating businesses, so they're not going to be, you know, kind of in limbo or
Influx, right.
anything like that. So, yeah.
I will second that we table this until the next meeting in January.
So we've got a motion and a second to continue till January. Kylie, would you pull the vote, please?
Supervisor Borges?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Starkey?
Yes.
Supervisor Howard?
Yes.
Chair Short?
Yes. Okay. Moving on to our budget transfers. The remaining ones are approve and adopt budget transfer 11-02 for fiscal year 23-24 within the Sheriff's Office budget in the amount of $383,379 to allow for expenditure of Measure R funds on equipment and vehicles as requested by the Sheriff. 12-01 is for fiscal year 23-24 in the Measure R budget in the amount of the same dollar amount, $383,379, to allow for the transfer of funds from the Measure R budget to the Sheriff's Office budget. And transfer 12-02 within the Department of Health and Human Services budget in the amount of $340,000 as a result of the 2022 Housing and Homeless Incentive Program Award from Partnership Health Plan.
I will move to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on the budget transfers? Seeing no public comment, we'll close that and bring it back to the board. Any discussion? Okay, Kylie, would you pull the vote, please?
Supervisor Howard?
Yes.
Supervisor Borges?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Starkey?
Yes.
Chair Short?
Yes. Okay, item 32, approve and authorize the chair to sign a letter of support for S-873, excuse me. Going dyslexic there for a second. The America's Outdoor Recreation Act and HR 6492, the Expanding Public Lands Outdoor Recreation Experiences Act, and direct the clerk of the board to transmit the letter, the approved letter, to the county's federal representatives and federal advocate as requested by Supervisor Howard. Thank you, Supervisor Howard, for bringing this forward.
Yeah, no, this came down through both Randy and Greg Burns. It looks like it's a pretty good opportunity for us to take one of these bipartisan measures that is currently sitting both in the Senate and the House, competing acts, but to encourage those competing entities to get on the same page and pass one act, which essentially, as you can see from the letter, would support a great deal of what we're trying to do here on the 80% of the public lands in our backyard.
Thank you very much.
Move to approve.
We have a motion to
Second.
approve and a second. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing no-
Chair, give me 1 second. I'm on another screen. Yeah, no, we don't have.
Okay, seeing no public comment, we'll bring it back to the board for any further discussion or poll the vote.
Supervisor Starkey?
Yes.
Supervisor Howard?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Borges?
Yes.
Chair Short?
Yes, and we are about to adjourn, but I have to read this notification that
No, we're not adjourning.
we're not.
Supervisor
we're
reports.
We're getting close. Excuse me. But let me read this into this reminder. Beginning in January 2024, the county will discontinue the use of Zoom for public participation and comment during its meetings. The Zoom feature was added during COVID to allow remote participation and public comment during the health emergency. But now that our facilities are fully open, these technical resources and expenses are no longer needed for this purpose. Meetings will continue to be streamed live on the county's YouTube channel and on our agenda portal website. Public comments will continue to be offered at public meetings as well as in writing to the clerk of the board. Now, we will go to our report out section of the agenda, receiving brief reports or announcements relative to county programs from supervisors. Supervisor Starkey, did you have anything
I hate
for us?
I'm just going to really be quick. Last week, we traveled with the Reaching Rural team to Washington, D.C., where we presented our idea for a mobile MAT program that is just our idea at this point. We would still need to be developed and everything like that. So we were granted $100,000 by a federal agency in order for us to accomplish that goal. And so we are going to continue on with those efforts. And that is my report.
Thank you, Valerie. Supervisor Wilson?
Not a chance.
Supervisor Borges? No. Supervisor Howard?
100%. And the fact that I had to wait till this moment is just.
We're all.
There's two
with
things.
bated breath
I just got to do it.
anticipating.
I was at the California Transportation Commission meeting last week. And, you know, these are a lot of things that we followed specific for the county for decades. However, there are 4 items that directly affect us on that agenda last week. 1 in District 5, 1 in District 2 in District 3, and 1 in Humboldt County. The good news is that after decades, an allocation of $60 million for 199 has been fulfilled. The other good news is that an allocation of $2+ million for the roundabout on Highway 199 at Elk Valley Crossroad has also been allocated and approved. The other piece of good news is that Richardson's Grove, the environmental study that has taken quite some period of time, again, another decade-long project, was approved by the CTC. And lastly, I'll end, is that Caltrans, Jamie Mattioli, Matt Brady, did an incredible job on last chance grade. And as you're probably aware, this is a project that's going to be close to $2.5 billion conservatively, but is being couched in a way that will probably grow over time, because when you're digging a tunnel, you just don't know what you're running into. So change orders are highly likely. However, the presentation was extremely well received. There was quite a bit of interaction from the commission itself specific to this project, and the personal invitations were made to the commission, which literally there's only one person that still sits on that commission that has ever been here. And so this is an important piece. We need to continue our pressure as a community when $2.5 billion, which represents a substantial amount of the state's SHOP highway budget, where these monies would come from, because we're going to be competing against Los Angeles and Bay Area communities that also have the same interests and needs. So for our small population, I'd encourage every board member to do whatever they can to build relations that are going to help persuade this board when this project hits after a 2-year environmental review process for funding. And it will be about 2 years before we're making that pitch, but at least it was well received. I'm going to end as I'll be traveling this week down to San Diego for the California Fish and Game Commission meeting. Fish and Game will be taking up our groundfish issue for quillback. It appears that there are 2 processes happening right now. One is that the commission's considering a process for recreational fishing, which would potentially look at an opener within 20 fathoms to near shore for our season starting in May for recreational only. It appears that the California Department of Fish and Game itself, with their current regulatory authorities, could actually reopen currently the commercial fishing season now. And they believe they have enough authority to do so. The reason I'm bringing this up today, because you guys have tasked both Supervisor Borges and myself with taking a look at this and paying a great deal of attention to it, as it does impact our economy a great deal, is that NOAA Marine Fisheries wants to get out of the business of managing state fisheries within state waters. This is the best news I've heard in quite some period of time. It appears that negotiations between the state and the feds are taking place as we speak. It should be a very robust meeting in March of the PFMC, which will be shortly followed by a meeting of the California Fish and Game Commission to set regulations for 2024. And I hope by May we have a very robust recreational fishery here in Del Norte County again. And that would be the end of my report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Howard, for taking on that big lift. That is a big deal for Del Norte County, both for the fisheries and for the CTC meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You traveling, as you already have, and that you will be traveling later this week to go to the fisheries meeting. Can't thank you enough for the efforts you put in there. I just had one small little thing. Got notified from RCRC that we prevailed in our collective lawsuit against the Board of Forestry and their attempts to, restrict or add to building codes in our rural area. So that was great news as well. So with that, we are going to reconvene in closed session. As was said before, we don't plan on that there will be anything to report out, so we will be adjourning the meeting after we are finished in closed session. Merry Christmas, everybody. Thanks for being here for this long meeting.